This meeting to order of the Gonzales Unified School District Regular Board Meeting for Tuesday, June 14th, 2022. Can we go ahead and get started with roll call? Present? Present.
Here.
Present? Is on
He
vacation.
graduated already. So.
Yeah. Moving on to item 3, approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda submitted?
Moved.
Second. Moved by Mr. Lopez, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to item 4, closed session items. 4.1, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representative, board president, employee organization, unrepresented employees. 4.2, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code 54957.6, agency designated representative, interim superintendent, employee organization, California School Employees Association, CSEA, and Gonzales Teachers Association, GTA. 4.3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, one potential case. And item 4.4, student discipline and other confidential student matters, Education Code Section 35146, 48900 at sequence, and 48912B, student number 2021-22-C. Monica, do we have any comments on closed session items? Seeing as we have no public comments on closed sessions items, we're going to go ahead and adjourn to closed session. Thank you.
Are you co-host?
Mike's on?
Yes.
You got this.
You know you want this job. For sure. Bro.
I will let her do it.
No? Again.
Yeah.
Where is MOT? Anybody have green?
I have all of them. All three of them? Yeah, he sent them to me. Email them.
Oh, who comes here?
Training. Well, he's gonna present today.
Huh?
She's gonna present today. Yes.
You shut the blind.
You wanna start the meeting?
Abigail just came, guys.
We're gonna go ahead and reconvene to open session. 7.1, action taken. On 4.1, the board took action to direct staff to bring back to the board a 5% raise for all unrepresented employees. The vote was unanimous. On item 4.3, in closed session, the board took action to reject a government code claim for an employee regarding wages. The vote was unanimous. And on item 4.4, sorry. I'm requesting a motion to approve a stipulated expulsion agreement regarding the expulsion number of student number 2021-22-C.
So move.
Moved by Ms. Flores. Oh,
Second?
sorry, we have to do a roll call vote.
Okay.
Rewind. Roll call vote.
It's moved second, then you do roll call vote. Period. Oh.
Yeah.
There's no vote. Oh.
Yes.
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 That moves us on to item 8, flag salute. Ms. Flores.
Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9, public comments. At this time, members of the public may address the board on topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board. For public comments on items not on the agenda, the board may not discuss or take action during this meeting. Education Code 35145.5. Comments from the public shall be limited to 3 minutes on any topic. The board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. Do we have any public comments for non-agenda items, Monica? Seeing as there's no public comments, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 10, communications. 10.1, Gonzales Teachers Association. Do we have a representative from GTA?
Nope.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. This is going to be one of my last reports as GTA president. I am stepping down. GTA has ran elections, and Cecilia Birmingham will be our next president, as well as Lauren Ramirez will be the next vice president. So we are welcoming those two. They are new to the e-board, and we're really excited to have them on. We think they're going to be great leaders within our own union. Today, I briefly met the new superintendent, and GTA is excited to begin working collaboratively with her. We also want to thank Marvin for the fabulous job he has done during these last few months. Like, we know it was not easy, but we really thank you for being collaborative and open to meeting with us. GTA held its last social and for the end of the year. It's kind of late, but I haven't been able to haven't made these meetings in a couple times in the last month. Also, we have surveyed our members and are getting ready to sunshine some items so that we can do our contract reopeners. We're hoping to get things started possibly during the summer or right in the beginning of the school year. And that is it for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Sita. Go ahead and move on to 10.2, student board member report. Our student board member is not present since he graduated. So kudos to you, Andrew. We loved seeing you on the board, and Holly. That we love seeing you here and participate. So best wishes in your future endeavors. 10.3, La Gloria Elementary School report. Is Ms. Dietrich online?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. This is Deanna Dietrich here. Good evening, Marvin Biasotti and board. So it's an exciting time for La Gloria. We just finished off the year with our senior walkthrough, which is a tradition that has returned, and everybody was so excited about that. We also had our 5th grade fun day and promotion. And we hope to also have that for our incoming 5th graders next year. And we're looking at potentially also bringing in TK and kinder promotion for next year and following year. So kind of thinking about the future and how we can encourage our kiddos to celebrate every promotion possible. We're currently in the process of hiring a vice principal at La Gloria, a library technician, and possibly a 5th grade teacher. And we're working on increasing our enrollment numbers for TK and kinder. Definitely looking forward to supporting our returning La Gloria parents with Aries online registration in July. So be on the lookout for those dates. And finally, I'm finishing off my role as assistant principal at La Gloria. I'm very excited for what's to come and the opportunity that I'll have to help lead La Gloria as the principal this coming year. So I'm also looking forward to holding a Meet the Principal evening for parents in July. So that's kind of what things are looking like. Any questions for La Gloria?
I think we're good. Thank you so much, Ms. Dietrich.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. 10.4, Fairview Middle School. We have Mr. Malagon here. No, I don't think so. Is the green light on?
Now it is.
There you go.
All right. Good evening, board members, community members, parents at home, and students. This is Miguel Malagon, principal of Fairview Middle School, and first of all, I would like to welcome Dr. Zamora for being here, and welcome to Gonzales. And we're looking forward to working with you, and give a huge thank you to Marvin for all the support that he provided for us this time that he was with us. Thank you, Marvin. I just want to report that we closed the year with a great promotion ceremony. Thank you to all staff members of Fairview Middle School who participated. Thank you to all you guys, board members who were there supporting as well. Marvin was there as well. Thank you for that. I think that it was a great ceremony. Parents and students enjoyed it a lot. So thank you to all for making it happen. The same day, we had also a great dance for our students. Our students danced with the banda until they got tired. So it was a great closing for them and for the community. So thank you, everybody, especially Christina Perez for all the hard work that they did, and the 8th grade parent committee for all the contributions. Fairview Middle School still hiring for next year. We're still missing a few positions, 8, 7, and 8 grade language arts. We're looking for teachers. So if you guys know anybody that is interested, send them my way, please. We are working on also hiring a 6th grade teacher, and then a library tech. In addition to that, we're still working on master schedule and finalizing the next year's schedule. So that's something that we're gonna be doing the next 2-3 weeks ahead of us. And that's all I have at this point. If you have any questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malagon. 10.5 Gonzales High School report, and I believe we do have both in attendance.
All right. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yes.
Oh, wow, that's louder than normal. Good evening, board members, or good afternoon, Mr. Biasotti, everyone here, everyone online. So I say this every time because it's true. I have the distinct pleasure, honor of saying I'm the assistant principal at Gonzales High School. So Miguel Ocampo. 3 things I want to cover today. One is graduation. We had our graduation on June 11th. We looked at our numbers at the end, and we can safely say that we had a 95% graduation rate, and we had 194 students graduate, walk up and receive their diplomas. It was a great graduation, besides the fact that it was really hot, but having everyone there in person, parents, family, students especially, and being able to see them, complete their graduation, come up and receive their diploma cover was phenomenal. So just a quick thank you to the following individuals: Michelle Rodriguez, our ASB director, MOT, Trini Martin and his team, our IT department, Ms. Carol Lagan and her team, Ms. Clarissa Secairos, our 12th grade senior advisor, Mr. Cuevas and Mr. Bravo. They both helped out with any potential medical issues. They were on hand. City board was there, board of trustees. Thank you for being there. Our faculty and staff, Mr. Soriano, Chief Weiss, can't forget the band, GHS band, and Mr. Green and the Gonzales Fire Department, and Mr. Marvin Biasotti. So just thank you all for being there. It was phenomenal. Summer school. We're kicking off summer school this Friday, the 17th. Just a couple of tidbits on what went on today. Angela Perez and Bianca Perez had their orientation with their staff, with their summer school staff here in this gym or library, with Miss Barba and Miss Madonna's help or guidance. Tomorrow there's a parent orientation that'll be a virtual at 6 p.m. And we have approximately 243 summer school students who will be enrolled and starting this Friday. So just a shout out to the wonderful work that Miss Angela Perez and Miss Bianca Perez have done to get us ready. Last thing is scholarship night. That was a few weeks ago, June 2nd. We were on hand in the large gym to congratulate all of our student recipients of scholarship monies. We're excited to say that there was a total of 29 scholarship recipients. There was a total of 138,400 in local scholarships and out of town, I guess we could say, scholarship monies. And then in total, including financial aid and Cal grants, our students have been awarded close to $700,000. So just a big thank you to our local organizations and individuals who donate and provide these scholarships. And then a big thank you to our counselors, Ms. Murataya and Ms. Juanita Zuniga, for putting that together. It was very classy. So that completes my 90 seconds. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Ocampo.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to item 10.6, interim superintendent.
Okay, and I'll try and be brief as well. In addition to the ceremonies that have been already been referenced, I also attended the adult school graduation ceremony, and I'd like to add that to the mix. That all of the ceremonies I attended were beautifully conducted, well planned. Kudos to everybody who was involved in the setups. And I just have to imagine that everybody in the audience, as well as the students who were being honored, were deeply affected by the beauty of the events. And what I like to remind the staff, what I told the staff, and I'm sure the board will agree with me, is that each of those events, each of those rites of passage, if you will, they're all the result of the many milestones, or the milestones rather are the result of the stepping stones that each staff member has placed along the way for these students. And so we always want to congratulate our students as they graduate and are promoted, but I also want to send out, I know the board agrees with me, a great big thank you to the staff members who made it possible. So that's it. I think I kept it at 90 seconds.
You get more time, Marvin. You get whatever you want. Thank you, Marvin. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 11, consent agenda. Items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are acted on by the Board of Trustees in one motion. There is no discussion of these items prior to the board action unless unless a member of the board or staff or public requests specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent agenda. It is understood that the administration recommends approval on all consent items. Each item on the consent agenda approved by the Board of Trustees shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted and recommended. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
So moved by Mr. Lopez, second by Ms. Flores. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? That passes. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 12, information action items. Item 12.1, approval of the superintendent's employment agreement. Tonight, the board is asked to approve an employment agreement for Dr. Matilde Zamora as superintendent. The term of this contract is from July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2025. Government Code Section 54953 requires that prior to the board taking final action on a contract for a local agency executive as defined by statute, the board must receive a verbal report summarizing the salary schedule, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits during the open meeting in which the final action will be taken. The superintendent's compensation package includes a salary of $225,000 in annual merit-based steps of 3.5%. Eligibility for health and welfare benefits at the same level as other administrators, a $400 a month for travel expenses, a reimbursement for relocating expenses up to $8,000. We are delighted to welcome Dr. Zamora to the district. She is with us tonight. For those of you in attendance, we look forward to working with her over the course of the next several years as we begin to write a new chapter together in the Gonzales Unified School District. We welcome to Gonzales Unified School District, Dr. Zamora. I am requesting a motion to approve the employment agreement and to grant me the authority to sign the employment agreement in front of me. Can I get a motion?
So move, Araceli.
Moved by Ms. Flores.
Second.
Second by Mr. Ione. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes, and it was with great honor that we have Dr. Zamora here. I had the privilege of spending the day with her and taking her to the sites. For those in attendance and for those who are here, this was a unanimous decision by this board. We worked together as a team to find the best possible candidate for our children, and we believe we did that and then some. So welcome, Dr. Zamora, and we are so happy to have you here. And I believe that you had wanted to take the floor for a second.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone in attendance and everyone watching us from home. Buenas noches a todos los que están aquí presentes y los que se reúnen con nosotros de casa. I am Dr. Matilde Zamora, your new and very proud superintendent of Gonzales Unified. What an honor to be part of this wonderful community. I am excited to be here. I want to thank our Board of Education for their confidence in me and selecting me as your superintendent. I can't wait to work for you and with you to serve our students, our parents, our staff, and our community. Together, we will offer our students many opportunities and much success. Today was a wonderful day for me because I got to meet many of you. I am so impressed. I can feel the positive energy, the love, and the culture of care. I am looking forward to contributing as a servant leader, and together we will champion our students. To tell you a little bit about myself, I'm sure you're wondering, who is Matilde Zamora? I am the daughter of immigrant parents from Mexico, born in Inglewood, California, but raised in Tijuana, Mexico for the first 5 years of my life with my grandmother, Micaela Guzman. At the age of 5, I entered kindergarten in Inglewood Unified and finished high school in Inglewood Unified. I am an English learner myself. I am the product of public education. I am a first-generation college student, and I am the students we serve. I see my reflection in them. We will serve them proudly and give each and every one of them what they need to succeed in their lives. I do want to thank my family who is joining us via Zoom or on YouTube. My friends and mentors who have supported me throughout my career, they are joining us online. I do want to mention my mother, who has been an encouraging person in my life, my Nina Blanca, my brother Arturo, my sister Irlanda, my brother-in-law William, and my sister-in-law Gia. I also want to mention my nieces and nephews who are my godchildren, and they are like my children. And so Diego, Sienna, Jordan, and Camila, they will also someday serve the community that they live in. And I want to thank you all for the warm welcome. I can't wait to meet each and every one of you and for us to get to know each other. Again, I want to thank the board for their confidence. I will serve you and serve the community that we're in every single day that I am here. I would like to say this in Spanish for our community that is Spanish speaking. Me gustaría decir esto también en español para los que nos oyen en casa en español. Buenas noches, yo soy la doctora Matilde Zamora, su nueva y muy orgullosa superintendiente del Distrito Escolar Unificado de Gonzales. Qué honor ser parte de esta comunidad maravillosa. Estoy muy emocionada de estar aquí. Quiero agradecer a la mesa directiva por su confianza en seleccionarme como su superintendiente. Pronto trabajaremos juntos para servir a nuestros estudiantes, padres, personal y comunidad. Juntos ofreceremos a nuestros estudiantes muchas oportunidades y mucho éxito. Hoy fue un día maravilloso para mí porque conocí a muchísima gente. Estoy tan impresionada. Pude sentir la energía positiva, el amor y la cultura del cuidado que tenemos para nuestros niños. Tengo muchas ganas de contribuir como líder y servir a todos juntos para nuestros estudiantes, para el bienestar de nuestros estudiantes. Para contarles un poquito acerca de mí, yo sé que probablemente estarán pensando, ¿quién es Matilde Zamora? Yo soy la hija de padres inmigrantes de México, nací en Inglewood, California, pero me crié en Tijuana, México durante los primeros 5 años de mi vida con mi abuela Micaela Guzmán. A la edad de 5 años ingresé al Jardín de Infantes en el Distrito Escolar Unificado de Inglewood y terminé la preparatoria en Inglewood también. Yo soy un aprendiz de inglés. Soy el producto de una educación pública. Soy el primer estudiante en mi familia que ingresó a la universidad. Soy de primera generación y soy los estudiantes a los que sirvo. Veo mi reflejo en ellos. Serviremos con orgullo a todos y cada uno de nuestros estudiantes juntos. Quiero agradecer a mi familia que me están viendo en internet, vía Zoom o a lo mejor están en YouTube. especialmente a mi madre, quien me está viendo, a mi nina Blanca, a mi hermana Irlanda, mi hermano Arturo, mi cuñado William, mi cuñada Gia, y en especial a mis sobrinos, Diego, Siena, Jordan y Camila, que son como mis hijos. Ellos también algún día darán a su comunidad y servirán a su comunidad. Y gracias a todos por la cálida bienvenida. Estoy muy agradecida y trabajaré todos los días para los niños que están en mi presencia. Estamos aquí para servir a los niños. Juntos lo haremos. Así es de que muchísimas gracias a todos. Thank you very much.
Laura. So for those listening online and those, we will have a formal reception, but we are going to go ahead and take a recess to have a small celebration here in Chambers to welcome Dr. Zamora. And I just want to welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and we are going to get a picture. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Who wants cake?
Of course. Thank you, everybody at home who had patience on us. Well, we had a little in-house celebration for Dr. Zamar. We are so excited to have you here. Before we move on, we have one other acknowledgement that we need to do as a board. As everybody in the district knows, this has been a definite time of transition, and you have all done a great job as a team. As the board, we needed to acknowledge somebody specifically who has been our rock star. Monica Silva has gone above and beyond, weekends, after hours, you name it. If I was texting Monica at 8 o'clock at night, hey, did I forget this? We would not be here today if it wasn't for the help of Monica and how she has gone above and beyond, not just for our students, not just for our staff, but for this board. This board is greatly appreciative of everything that you have done and that you continue to do for the love of this district. We cannot thank you enough. So we have a little gift for you. We definitely have to do a picture. But thank you. Thank you. Oh, no, thank you. We need a picture. We need a picture. Absolutely. Oh, okay, we all sit up. Oh, yes, up front. Monica. Thank you. Come on, Marvin. Yes. Don't get the time. No time left. No. No.
Hey, but I got good nails, you know?
Did you go for the card? I did. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Great way to.
Once a month, there you go.
Well, thank you so much, board. I appreciate it. I love what I do, my job. I've been doing it for a while and I totally enjoy what I do and I do it wholeheartedly. I can't say enough, but I appreciate the gesture that you guys just did right now. And thank you. Appreciate it.
No, you're amazing.
Thank you.
Monica's done her job and other jobs on top of it. So definitely a little token of our appreciation. Thank you so much.
Surprise me.
So we'll go ahead and get back on to our agenda. 12.2, adoption of resolution number 2021-22-27, authorizing an election requesting the county elections department to conduct the election and requesting consolidation of the election. Staff report.
Only to say that I'm promised that if you pass this resolution, it's finished.
All right.
Board comments or questions, Jose,
None, thank you.
Maria,
Thank you.
Cesar,
Finish is good.
That's it.
Flores?
None, thank you.
Seeing as there's no questions or comments for the board, can I get a motion to approve 12.2? Oh, it's a resolution. It's a roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Board President Celeste Daniel,
Yes.
Board Clerk Araceli Flores,
Yes.
Board Member Jose Lopez,
Yes.
Board Member Maria Cuevas, Board Member Cesar Ayon.
Yes.
Passes
I
5-0.
On the resolution, it's calling for a motion in a second.
We can totally go ahead and take off the, it's not needed. We can just do a vote of 5-0 and then address the 5-0.
Great.
Excellent. The resolution passes. 12.3, adoption of resolution number 2021-22-28, declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2022-23 school year. Staff report.
I'm told that you've done this each of the past several years. So Dr. Galisha is here to answer any questions if you have them.
Do we have any public comment, Monica?
No public comment.
Any questions or comments from the board, Jose?
Dr. Galicia, about how many openings do we have? For both, I mean, well, yeah, in each category. Thank you. Thank you.
Maria?
No questions, thank you.
Sosa?
Well, thank you.
None.
No questions for myself. Since it is a resolution, again, it requires another roll call vote.
Board President Celeste Daniel,
Yes.
Board Clerk Araceli Flores,
Yes.
Board Member Jose Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Maria Cuevas.
Yes.
And Board Member Cesar Ayon.
Yes.
5-0.
Item 12.4, Comprehensive School Counseling Plan Program Needs Assessment Presentation. And I believe there's a staff report by Ms. McFarland Camacho.
So I just click away on here, correct? Okay. Good evening, board, audience members. Tonight I'll be presenting on the Comprehensive School Counseling Program Needs Assessment that was done in May. Sharing a couple highlights from that report. I don't know. Okay.
So the clicker's not gonna work because it's a PDF.
Thank you. And I'm so sorry for that. So if you don't mind helping me click.
Yeah, not at all. Just a second.
Okay, so our consultant, our district contracted, well, we reached out to the American School Counselor Association to bring a consultant to look at our current district-wide counseling program so that we may make informed and intentional decisions to best serve our students. Dr. Nancy Jarman Dunn has 28 years of school counselor experience at the middle school level. She also is an adjunct faculty for school counselor education. She's a past ASCA president. And her middle school was actually the first in the nation to receive the ASCA recognized model program. They call it RAMP. They were a RAMP school, which is a huge accomplishment. She came on May 9th and met with our various counseling stakeholders. Got it. Okay. Our consultant was complimentary of our counseling team and administration, and she had the following things to say about GUSD, that we have hardworking counseling, school counseling staff. All staff that she spoke with desired to help students. That we had a supportive district and site administration. There were pre-existing strong collaborative relationships between college and career partners that we have, external partners, along with our mental health practitioners that are on campus. And we also have many services to support struggling students here at GUSD. A piece of her report broke down our different school sites and the way it reads with regard to our student population, the amount of FTE that assists with the school counseling initiatives, and then also just the school counselor ratio. So, and if you have questions, please stop me, or we can ask at the end. In the report, she used data from our 2021 SARC report. However, the information that's represented here is actually from our current school year, from 21-22, and that's from our student information system from ARIES. So as you see, the breakdown between La Gloria, Fairview, and Gonzales High School, the ratio represents our school counselors with a PPS credential. That's not our LCSWs, our licensed clinical social workers. Those are not included in it. You'll also see at Gonzales High School, there's a term called CCR, and that's for our college and career readiness partners. So our DCAC support, our Gear Up folks from UC Santa Cruz, ETS from CSUMB, and so forth.
And just to clarify, Candace, so like ETS, that's for a specific group of students. It
We
does
can-
not apply to all students.
Correct. So it's an application-based program. So ETS serves approximately 50 students in each grade level. So 50 students in 9th grade, 10th grade, 50 students in 11th, and 50 in 12th. DCAC, that contracted service only deals with high school seniors. And then our Gear Up cohort is a rolling cohort. So currently they are with all sophomores and all juniors. So that's how it's saturated. And then on top of that, we also have a support from our migrant office as well. I don't think I left any, yeah, okay. I'm looking at Mr. Ocampo because he's the guru too. Okay. So with our strengths noted, the consultant also reported on some needs for our district to strengthen our school counseling services. So creating more of a comprehensive plan and how we work together. So the recommendation was for us to adopt the ASCA framework from 2002. So about 20 years ago, there was a framework that was drafted up, and it's a way that school counselors should be doing business. It's basically like best practices. We should be moving from a guidance counseling model more over to a school counseling model. And there's a difference that we'll talk about on the next slide. And then it takes a lot of, I think, patience and understanding that there'll be a cultural shift from being a more reactive service where we're trying to put a Band-Aid on a certain issue with the student, where we're being more proactive and we're really looking at what interventions we can put in place based on data. So really looking at data to make some of our decisions. So it's a different way of thinking. Here's an infographic, and I apologize. The white font does not carry over very well, but I will explain it very quickly. It's just demonstrating the differences between guidance counseling and school counseling. The first column, guidance counselors focus on vocational guidance. School counselors focus on academic, career, and social emotional development. Guidance counselors worked in isolation within schools. But school counselors work in collaboration with teachers, administrators, parents, outside agencies, and other stakeholders. Guidance counselors did not have set standards for practice, but now with the ASCA national model from 2002, there actually is a framework to help us strengthen our program. Guidance counselors worked mostly at the high school level with a few students, and now our school counselors are educators trained to work with all students, TK or kindergarten through 12.
So the current counselors at the high school, what are they? Are they school counselors or guidance counselors?
They're school counselors.
Okay, so they're not guidance.
Right, but the transition of guidance counseling was 20, 30 years ago, where the focus was more vocational. It was different practices. Now we need to move towards all the different areas of becoming a school counselor.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I think what Candace is trying to point out is not necessarily depicting the current practice. I think our counselors would agree that their practice probably straddles the two models.
Absolutely.
They have a foot in each model. And what we're wanting to do is move them more firmly. And I don't know if it will ever be pure, but to get it closer to the comprehensive model.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
That says it. Excellent. Okay, so items to consider that came up in the report with regard to moving towards a comprehensive school counseling plan are the following bullets: reviewing and alignment of counseling activities. So making sure that they're doing things within their scope of practice. They're not doing something that is outside of that. because sometimes those can, I use the term time suck for lack of a better term. Sometimes their energy can be wasted on activities that aren't necessarily something that is meaningful to kind of move the needle forward or move the needle on counseling services. In-depth professional development, so most definitely is needed so that we can become aware of what the ASCA model is for both, well, the school community, but site administration along with our school counselors and so forth, and district administration. Actual development of a comprehensive school counseling program plan was also recommended, along with continued strategic collaboration with our CCR partners, so our college and career partners. We have those pieces in place, which are all pluses. Additional items to move forward is the adoption of a sequenced K-12 school counseling curriculum. So there's curriculum out there to help students move through the K-12 system with regard to social, emotional, or even career academics. So there's that piece. Adopting tools and systems that create better efficiencies. So the idea of working smarter, not harder. So what technologies out there exist so that we can be more efficient with time and also service. Also, it was mentioned to calibrate tiered intervention terms because some sites were using the term tier 1 supports when really it was tier 3 supports they were providing. So some work needs to be done with regard to calibration of what does that mean and what does that look like for every school site and district-wide. And then also it was recommended for us to establish school counseling advisory council, and also coming up with our annual administrative conference. So essentially it's the school counselors and their administrators meeting and talking about this is the focus for the school year. So it's kind of like an agreement at the beginning of the school year and so forth. So that's that piece. So also based on the ASCA report, the following next steps are recommended. A 1-year transitional plan to a comprehensive school counseling program. ASCA counselors and administrative training, so making sure that we have plenty of in-depth training available. Weekly meetings with our counseling and admin teams for implementation progress monitoring. Evaluating clerical needs and also available supports. So making sure that with regard to counseling duties, is there some way also to alleviate some of the work tasks that they're performing? Is that something that maybe a clerical person can help assist with to kind of help that heavy lift? And then lastly, exploring our candidate applicant pool for highly qualified school counselor. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment, Monica? No public comment. No public. Do we have any public comment just for any of our action items? Okay. Board questions or comments, Jose?
Thank you, Candace, for your presentation. Question, I'm a big promoter of adult education. Where do they fall in all this for guidance and, in those student supports for our adult students? Do you have anything? Or?
Thank you for asking. For our adult students, we actually sometimes will have our Heart Now contact come down because we are under the Heart Now umbrella to help support them kind of we do like a big presentation. And then also we'll follow up with appointments as needed, if that makes sense, for post-secondary transitions. Yes.
But there is something for adult students.
And that's our goal.
Okay.
Social emotional at one point, when there was a shared LCSW with the city, we would play with that idea of if someone was in need, that they would have some sort of supports. That's an area of growth for us because there's more need than there is help sometimes.
Thank you.
Maria?
No, that was a good question, Jose. But no, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the ASCA website. And
Yes.
according to them, they recommend 250 to 1 school counselor ratio.
Right.
Well, I won't mention LLG since But at Fairview, it's 1 to 465. Oh, I'll say it the other way, 465 students to each counselor.
Right,
At GHS, it's 419
right.
kids to each counselor. It says the national average is 415 to each counselor. So even on the national average, we're still above. I think our kids have been underserved for too long.
Mhm,
And I think that should stop now, especially now that we have new leadership.
mhm,
And this is my personal opinion. It seemed that for a long time, we
mhm,
just met the minimum and we call it a day.
mhm,
We pat ourselves in the back. I think, and I hope those days are over.
mhm.
I think we need to start looking at not meeting the minimum, at least meeting the minimum, but always meeting up and above the minimum. With that, I recommend for the board that we hire one school counselor at Fairview Middle School, and that would bring the ratio 232.5 to 1. So we will no longer go and meet the minimum. We will actually, and Marvin, I know you're shaking your head. And
Not at you,
No, I asked.
not yet.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Not yet.
He's ready for it.
Maybe it's a nervous tick. I don't know. Okay.
No.
Right. So,
No nervous.
so to me, and I know it's an information item, but I'm just
Well,
saying
right.
to the rest of my board members, I recommend that we actually go above and beyond, that we
Mhm.
hire an additional counselor at Fairview Middle School, which will bring a ratio down from 465 to 1 counselor to 232 to 1 counselor. Because if we see our dashboard, you will see that our kids drop off a cliff. No offense, you have done a fantastic job, but just look at our test scores. Our kids drop.
Developmentally, it's a
our-
different
our
time.
Kids
Yeah.
drop off a cliff despite the fact that they start English learners, basically,
Hmm.
right? They start speaking Spanish at home. Still, their test scores comparatively are much higher than middle school. They drop off a cliff in middle school. I think we need to focus there, right? To prevent that cliff
Mhm.
situation, right? And that would do it. Well, maybe it's not the panacea, but it would go a long way, I believe, right? So adding a counselor at Fairview, and then adding a counselor at Gonzales High, 419 to 1, adding a counselor would bring us down to 279 to 1, still a little bit above the recommended of AXA, but much better than what we're doing now, because we not only have to prevent them from dropping off a cliff, we also have to help them, not just to graduate, but to do something else, right?
Absolutely.
And they need that support. They need those touch points, if you will,
Mhm.
right? To me, direct contact with the students is the most effective way
Mhm.
to benefit them academically, socially, emotionally, in any way possible. And me sitting in an office somewhere writing a paper about education and how to change it is not going to do anything for any kid, in my opinion. What it is having somebody talking to that kid face to face.
Mhm.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Ion. Ms. Flores?
Yeah, Cesar has a point, and I think that's a conversation and maybe an expectation or a conversation we have with our new superintendent and how she can work with her admin staff and being able to support that. Because I'm in agreement with Cesar in
Mhm.
saying that I do think we need some more supportive counselors
Mhm.
to meet the needs of the students, especially at Fairview where, if that counselor, like I think Kathy's on leave.
Mhm.
So then who was there, and I know that we have people there, but really,
Mhm.
I think that we need to be able to have enough counselors at each site that can support each other.
Mhm.
And I think that's not necessarily on you and your presentation, but
Oh,
more a
no.
decision that we as a board have to make and relay to our new superintendent, and then she will take it to her staff. So yeah, a total agreement. Thank you. And thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
No, and yeah, just regurgitating what the consultant wrote, but you're on par.
I always enjoy your presentations, Candace, so thank you.
Yeah.
I do, that's why I wanted a clarification on the CCR partnerships, because they are select for
They are.
student groups, so to rely on those for select, it kind of is misleading in a sense, so that's why I wanted clarification. And I definitely agree with the rest of the trustees. I know, as a parent previously, student counseling was,
Mhm.
lacking. And I still see it that our kids need more support, and what better support than in our counseling department. And I know Jose has even mentioned it previously as well about the need for our counseling. So I would really like us to explore moving forward with the suggestions of Caesar of getting somebody else at Fairview and getting another counseling staff at the high school. So if we can move forward with that, I would love for us to explore that, those options.
And that's just about getting the budget, right, for hiring, you know.
Yeah, they'll know.
I think it's a little, so yes, it is. It's also about building capacity. So the solution here, and Caesar, I don't disagree with you in terms of current students have been underserved. But I'm not ready, if I were making the decision, which I won't be, I'm not sure that I'm ready to recommend 2 counselors. I don't know what the answer is. I think the answer is looking internally at building capacity. We can do more with what we already have. We can add some additional people per budget parameters, but it's really about building the capacity so that whatever team you have in place are utilizing the resources to the best of their ability. And that's really, I think if we had the consultant here, she would say that adding some personnel is a step that needs to be taken, but it may not be the most important step. The most important step is the transition to a different way of thinking. And it's not really just about the counseling team.
Right.
It starts with the administrative team. It's about educating parents to look at services in a different way. They may be dissatisfied with some level of service that they've received, but they appreciate the fact that there are certain services that are there, which will change in this model. It is not a model that is trying to provide one-on-one services. It is a model that is looking at the commonalities that all students need to be educated about, that the decisions they're going to all have to make, and educating them in groups, just like any other process. And then where needed, some one-on-one time. But right now, a traditional model delivers most messages one-on-one, not as efficient. And your counselors will tell you, and you know this firsthand, that they can't reach that many students one-on-one. They need different systems to provide guaranteed services to the entire population. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just wanting to be clear that in my opinion, the remedy isn't simply hiring. It's looking thoughtfully at the system, trying to train people, and then where warranted, making careful decisions about where to add staff. I think it would be why. So while the recommendation is 250 to 1 and the national average is 415 to 1, California average is much higher than that. And so it's a matter of having the perspective of the state where we live in, and then looking at different levels, because I can't recall them correctly right now, but I don't think the average necessarily speaks to each level. I think there are differences in the delivery at elementary, for instance, versus high school. And so there may be different ratios there. So all those things have to be thoughtfully considered. But right now, although it wasn't clearly stated in the next steps, we do have a candidate pool that we've been building for the past month. And the next step is really to look at it and see, do we have a highly qualified person there or multiple people there? The one thing that I would not recommend is hiring somebody who is not going to add value. And so, and we're late to this game. And so it's a matter of looking carefully at the candidate pool. If there is somebody that we think would really add value to the team, we're going to bring to that person to you and ask you to point them. And it may be more than one, but I'm not sure until we start to look in depth at who is in the candidate pool. And I think, as was stated by Jose, every time you make a decision like this, you have to have a sense of the budget parameters and what else you can't do after you make that decision. So I think that's where Dr. Zamora comes in and helping to make that decision. Do we hire one? Do we hire two? What do we do? But my intent is that by the time we're leaving here in the next I'm leaving here in the next couple of weeks, that she'll have the information she needs to make those decisions. Fair enough?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Candace.
Candace.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and move on to 12.5 Universal Preschool Plan presentation. Ms. Madonna Katis.
Hello. Good evening, members of the board and the community. Sorry, my voice is hoarse because I was busy karaokeing. No, I wasn't karaokeing.
That's a good excuse.
So my name is Madonna Katis. I'm the Director of Curriculum and Instruction for the Gonzales Unified School District. And tonight I will be presenting on the district's Universal Preschool Plan. Oh, I click it, right? Okay. Where do I point?
There you go.
Oh, thank you. Numerous studies have documented that that there's a positive effect that early learning experiences bring positive student outcomes. So research has also shown that students who attend early learning programs have more enhanced literacy, language, math, and social emotional skills. So with this goal in mind, the state is expanding their efforts to set children in a trajectory of lifelong success by providing students access to early learning childhood experiences, bringing forward what we call the California Preschool Universal Preschool Initiative, which we will refer to this presentation as UPK. Okay, so what is UPK? UPK is a mixed delivery system of early childhood learning programs for 3 to 4-year-old children. So the UPK initiative's goal is to provide every preschool child access to high quality learning experiences before they turn 5 years old. So federal programs such as the state preschool, the Head Start, the state preschool program, and even the transitional kindergarten program, they're all part of UPK. In addition to that, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program is also enhancing that initiative by allowing our younger students access to participate in LEA-operated programs that extend beyond the school day. So this stated, our district is actually already ahead of the game in providing early childhood learning access to our students. So to highlight that, since school year 2002, we have already been operating a state preschool program. We have an AM and a PM session, and we can serve up to 42 students annually. Then when the Kinder Readiness Act was signed in 2010, it changed kinder eligibility date cutoffs for our students and required districts to provide transitional kindergarten programs. So the district followed suit the following school year. And since school year 2011, we have been providing our community a full TK program. But the date cutoff at that time was students who were born from September 2nd to December 2nd are eligible to participate as in a transitional kindergarten program. So fast forward to the state's UPK initiative, we already have the infrastructures in place to better provide access and services as aligned with the state's vision for universal preschool. And on this slide, you will see that previously the cutoff was up until December 2nd. And then starting next school year, they're gradually expanding the cutoff date to February 2nd. Then in the next, well, I'm sorry, there's a typo in that slide. So if you see school year 21-22 and then 23-24 is there twice, that's actually 22-23. So for next school year, the TK cutoff is from September 2nd to Feb 2nd. And then as you can see, it expands all the way to September, school year 24-25. So by that time, we will be having more 4-year-olds to have access to our early childhood program. And at the bottom of that, you will see these projections. These numbers were provided by CDE to MCOE based on census data. So based on these date of birth cutoffs, there's a projection of 52 TK students in the community and for this fall. Yes. And then, as we move forward to expand those cutoffs, you can see that there's more students that we can offer the program to. Now, compulsory attendance laws, however, are not, do not begin to take effect until students turn 5. But this option is being offered to our students at no cost to the parents. Because while we have a state preschool program, there's income eligibility requirements, the same as Head Start. And this one removes some of those barriers for our parents so that they can have access to early childhood programs. Now, some logistics. Since TK is legally considered K, our TK classrooms should also comply with all the laws that govern kinder classrooms. This includes students having space that is consistent with building codes and field act requirements, and access to a restroom that is located in or very close to the kindergarten area that's specially dedicated for that age group. GUSD has operated a full TK program since 2011. So our intent is to continue to provide a full TK program for the following year in the same complex, kinder complex at La Gloria Elementary School. So continuing to house our TK program there will allow our younger students the opportunity to be integrated with other students in a safe and appropriate manner at a comprehensive school site rather than having a separate preschool complex. It will also allow our TK students to have access to transportation, meals, and to participate in the ACES program. Now, so on this slide, you will see how do I explain it? The staffing and student ratio requirements that are specified by the state. So beginning school year 22-23, the Cadillac version is one credentialed teacher for every 12 students, or we can do one class of 24 students with one credentialed staff and one support staff. The year after next school year, we have a smaller class ratio of 1:10, 1 adult for every 10 students, which would allow more adult to student time. So increased supervision, it will allow for increased supervision, more support time for our students in a setting such as that. Okay, so with the intent of providing our students high quality learning experiences, our intent is also to provide our students access to standards aligned materials. So for example, our TK classroom is already provided access to Wonders, which a TK version of the Wonders, which is the elementary ELA curriculum, so that there's a seamless transition as they move up to the grade levels. GUSD is also in the process of adopting a pre-K curriculum for our state preschool that is also aligned with Wonders. So that way our students coming from the state preschool, when they enter our elementary school, it's a more seamless transition, if that makes sense. As for instruction and assessment practices, our state preschool staff, along with TK and some K teachers, have been provided multiple professional development opportunities, some of which are listed on this slide. So for the last 2 years, we've also been, well, for many years now, actually, we've been in close partnership with MCOE. MCOE's Quality Matters and Early Learning Program. And in the last 2 years, we were also in partnership with them, and we're participating in their Inclusive Early Education and Expansion Program. And these partnerships have allowed us to expand our staff's efficacy to meet the diverse needs of our younger students. So currently, given the TK cutoffs, LGE has been promoting and actively recruiting students for the following school year. And our student recruitment numbers will determine, of course, our staffing needs. As of today, we have 17 students who have turned in registration packets at La Gloria. And to encourage early registration, the site is giving away backpacks. So for all of those listening at the home, if you can register your child early, you get a backpack filled with supplies. We only have 100 backpacks ordered, so these are given away until our supplies run out. And that's our UPK plan in a nutshell. The more detailed plan is attached to the agenda. So now the floor is open for any questions or feedback.
You.
Jose?
Yes, thank you, Madonna, for your presentation. So just to clarify, we do have the physical and logistical layout to be able to house the projections of the numbers of students, you know, for the future at the sites or at the site.
For next year, yes.
For the income.
For next year, yes. There are some facility plans, but that we were discussing with Trini and our previous CBO. I don't know where we are in the process of that currently, but as we have more, as our enrollment increases, then we will be our intent, of course, is to house our students.
Thank you. Thank you.
My question.
Sorry,
But
Maria.
I was actually gonna add to, I mean, we have new development coming in.
Just a reminder, Maria, can you move closer to the
Oh,
microphone?
sorry. We have a new school coming in soon, so hopefully we can house some TKers there.
Yes.
Because we only house them in La Gloria, right? There's no other.
No, since we only have one elementary school at this time.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So you give the two staffing and student ratios, though. I forget what you call it, the Cadillac version, the 1 to 12, and then the maybe not Cadillac version, 2 to 24.
Well, it's still a 1 to 10.
it?
Yeah, but as you know, it's easier to manage a smaller class than even if you have 2 adults and 24 students, it can get a little bit more chaotic. It's a preschool classroom.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
so,
Yeah, so-
but it doesn't mean that if we only have, let's say we have 20 students and 2 teachers that can provide TK instruction, then of course, that's what we're gonna go for. It will all depend on our student enrollment for the following year.
Okay,
Just to
so-
clarify, the moment that you go over 13 students, you need a second adult. So
Right, and so my question is more of, what is the situation now?
Right now, we have 17 enrolled.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase. What was the situation last year? An example, in the TK program, was there one teacher and one certificated? So we had the second option? Is that how?
1 teacher, 1 aide in our TK classroom.
Yeah, so we had one teacher and one certificated.
But the ratio was more
And one
specified,
classified.
1 classified and 1
Okay,
certificated,
so
yes.
we had 2 adults, basically.
Yes,
two
2 adults,
in the
yes.
class. Okay, so that's fine. So right now on the projection, it's 52. So it's 52 kids. That would warrant 3 separate rooms, right? It would warrant 3 separate rooms. It would warrant I guess three certificated teachers and 3 staff. So that's 6.
So currently, and there, it's been relatively stable as far as I can tell, hovering around 22, 23 students each year. The age eligibility increases by 66%. Goes from 5 months, from 3 months to 5 months, 66% increase. So it's possible that we're going to exceed 48 to 1, or 48 students. But I think a safer bet is that it's going to come in the 30s somewhere. So it's clear. I've been clear since I got here that we should be planning for 2 rooms, and we should have a contingency plan for a 3rd. But we should be hiring right now for a second teacher and have a space, but know what we're going to do should that 49th student arrive.
Exactly. And that's for year 2023, 2024. So that at the capacity that we may need is 3 rooms. And the year, this is according to projections, right?
Yeah.
The year 2024, 2025, the potential capacity, given the age,
Absolutely.
is 121 kids in attendance. That means 6 certificated teachers and 6 classified and 6 rooms.
Yeah, at that point, you're basically adding another grade level. And, you know, so whatever your capacity or your enrollment has typically been at grade level, it's likely going to replicate at the TK level. Although it's optional, most people will opt to have their children attend.
Yeah, and so that's my point. I mean, we have Louis Vargas here and present, and I know Louis is a very qualified person, but I don't think he can build a school and have it open by 2024. I'm just guessing. Maybe I'm wrong, but I would be willing to wager that. And so that's my concern, is that if these projections are correct, I just don't see that we have the capacity now. Currently, we do not have access to 6 rooms in La Gloria. I don't know that there's 6 empty rooms in La Gloria right now.
Right, but there are solutions with bringing in relocatables. That wouldn't be a long term, from my perspective, it wouldn't be what I would choose to do. But there is plenty of space there should that be the option the board chooses to move forward. There, at some point, you're building another elementary school. And so that's got to be factored into this equation as to when is that going to happen. At that point, you are going to build to the projected needs. Whether that happens by a time we exceed capacity at La Gloria, it's hard to know. But I personally wouldn't feel like the solution at La Gloria is to start building permanent rooms, because you're going to build a new elementary. So if at some point you do need to add a relocatable, it can be done. It's a little more problematic though than simply adding a relocatable for 3rd or 4th or 5th grade, because it has to have access to restroom facilities, the appropriate play structures, etc. But I'm sure Louis is capable of making that happen.
Yeah, and Marvin, I agree with what you're saying. My only concern is the timeline. It's 2 years, right? We are going to enter in 2 weeks. We're going to be in school year 2023, 2022.
We're 2 years
Yeah.
away.
And so this is around the corner as far as I'm concerned. 2024, 2025 is literally around the corner. And this is something that, we need to start thinking about. And if it is portables, okay,
So,
but it is something that we need to start thinking about.
So at the next meeting, you're going to hear a presentation on facility planning, and you're going to have information about this. You're right. I don't know how to say it any other way. The district hasn't perhaps prepared as well as it could have earlier on. There's probably reasons for that I'm not aware of, but you're right. Planning needs to start now, and probably should have started months ago.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Get it done.
We'll get there.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, as soon as my daughter's old enough, guess what? I'm gonna send her, and I'm gonna be like, "Where's the room?" Right? Yeah, where's the room?
Hold on.
If I can add one other factor that is difficult to take into account because it's not a happy thing, is declining enrollment. And this, while TK is expanding because the state is adding a grade level essentially over a number of years, the district is shrinking in size slowly, but still shrinking. As larger grade levels go on to the middle school, there will be some room opened at La Gloria because there aren't going to be as many classes at each grade level. And so that will help perhaps actually, I can't say for sure it'll bail the situation out completely, but it will help the situation. So it's another factor that will have to be added, considered.
Yeah, if the trend with declining enrollment continues, which I sincerely hope it doesn't, because I believe there's a lot of reasons for it. And one of them is probably lack of confidence in the school system, right? And so now we have a new leader, and hopefully we can fix that. And with it, we can fix the declining enrollment problem. And then we can have this other problem that I'm talking about, which is
Then
a
you'll have
good
a problem
problem
with
to
that.
have.
Then you'll be adding
which-
portables.
more
we
kids
can
that
get-
we can handle. All I'm saying is that we need to have an idea of, if we do turn the corner and have, that decline in enrollment stop and go up, which is what we want. I think every school wants that. Then we need to start planning about, well, what if, right? We can't,
Absolutely.
we can't rely the fact that the downward trend continues.
No, you can't, especially because there are developments that are looking to start in the area. And while they may be a few years away, as they go, they'll add pressure the other way. There's just a lot of factors.
Yep.
They'll have to take into account. One last factor is that these numbers may reflect the number of eligible students, but TK of all the grade levels in the state is the most poorly enrolled. It's not mandatory, and there are a number of parents who do not enroll their kids in TK. So you probably won't see the numbers that are here. You'll see some portion of that number.
Yep. Thanks, Scott.
Araceli, any questions?
No.
I also wanted to add, like, if parents don't want to opt for a full day program and they're income eligible, we do offer our state preschool program for them to participate in, because as as our TK program is expanding, it will impact enrollment at our state preschool. So we want to capture our 3-year-olds to be provided access to early learning experiences there before they become eligible as 4-year-olds in TK. So there's a lot of moving parts, and I understand your concern. It's a legitimate concern. And if our problem is we need to add more classrooms, I think that's a good problem to have, because that means we have more kids who are coming in that we can serve.
My
But-
only comment is kudos to the teachers who deal with preschool aged kids. And 1 to 10 is still not enough adults, in my opinion. That's too many babies in the room still. Thank you, Ms. Cookies.
Yeah, they all beat me to the punch was capacity.
Yes.
How are we going to service these students with capacity? Do we have the capacity? I did have a quick question, Scott, maybe, because declining enrollment has been a discussion previously, but is it declining enrollment? I don't recall it being as great at the La Gloria level as it is at the high school and middle school level.
To be quite honest, I have not looked at that level of detail. But it does appear to me like a quick glance that there is a general trend of smaller kindergarten classes coming in each year. But I'd have to look at it and really analyze it to tell you I have not done that.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madonna.
All right, that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Going to move on to item 12.6, Gonzales High School Class of 2022 Scholarship Information and Post-Secondary Plans presentation by Ms. Candace.
Right. I knew that something was
Clicker.
missing. Gotta watch this one. Gotta watch her. Okay.
It is another PDF.
Okay, so tonight's presentation on this will be with regards to Gonzales High School's Class of 2022 Scholarship Information and Post-Secondary Plans that I was able to get from our school counselors and our college and career partners. So on slide 2, okay. And Mr. Ocampo, he shared a little bit about this, so I'll just go over it very quickly. 18 local scholarships. So what local means is that specifically for Gonzales High School students. And then there were 11 regional scholarships where students throughout Monterey County were competing for a particular scholarship. 46 students were interested in terms of the senior class, 21 completed applications. 19 of those completed applications received 1 or more scholarships. The local scholarships that were awarded was $48,050. And between the local and regional scholarships, $138,400. You'll see pictures of the June 2nd awards night for our seniors. And our next slide. With regard to post-secondary plans. So of our senior class, as of fall of 2021, their grades in December, 37% were eligible for the CSU system, but with regards to grades and grade point average and so forth. 32% or 67 students were UC eligible. With regard to 4-year acceptances, These are all different schools that students were accepted to. Give you a minute to look at that.
So these weren't based on final grades. These were based on their semester grades.
With regard to the eligibility,
Yeah, the fall 2021.
so fall 2021, that was the kind of last snapshot I had for the senior class of their eligibility. They could have pulled off and maybe done some credit recovery during spring semester, but with regard to clean data, this was the most recent data I could pull for fall of 2021. With regard to also post-secondary plans, colleges with the most applications, this information was given to us by our DCAC representative, Vanessa. Most college applications were at Hartnell College, 165 and so forth. You'll see the more popular schools that students applied to, along with MPC that you see there as well. I think this is our last slide. There was, so out of the class of 209, 73 students applied to 3 or more colleges. 77 of them received at least one acceptance. And then there's the breakdown between how many applications. In terms, the next pie chart is with regards to the competitiveness of that particular school. And then the others 2-year versus 4-year in terms of where students applied.
This would include Hartnell.
What's that?
This would include the junior colleges.
That
like
would
Hartnell
include
and
junior colleges
they're
as
in
well.
here. Okay.
And one dip in terms of just narrative, because I did ask with regard to, there were questions from our team with regard to the amount of students applying for financial aid. It appears that and this is just narrative, but it appears that with the Salinas Valley Promise, with students having 2 years paid for at the community college level, and also, throughout all community colleges, they have this ability to receive 2 years of free college. Some students didn't feel the need to apply for financial aid, which is unfortunate. So there may be a marketing plan that needs to happen with regard to educating students on all money is good money and so forth.
They would still get it, correct? Even if they apply it in Hartnell, still, the Salinas Valley Promise, they would get that additional too.
Exactly. Sometimes scholarships can count towards, and I tell this to kids all the time, towards transportation. That's often a carrot for those kids. And so that's something that would be a reasonable cost.
You just mentioned transportation. I know MST offers free transportation to all their students that are enrolled.
Right. I think,
at Hartnell, so.
right. Thank you for, that's a lifeline to our
Yeah,
community,
that's
big time.
another-
And then now there's virtual classes and things like that that allow people to virtually attend. What's that?
Books are still expensive.
They sure are. They sure are.
And so's food.
So anyway, any questions with regards to this report?
Questions,
Okay.
Jose? Questions or comments? No? Maria? Caesar?
Yes.
Okay.
I was doing some quick numbers. So out of 209 students, 21 completed applications.
Yeah.
That is 9.95%.
Mhm,
So 10% of our kids
mhm,
bothered to complete the application.
mhm.
I have to say that those numbers are really bad. And the reason why is because I've had actually experience with scholarships here, probably going 10 years back. And we used to receive 100 applications,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
100, 5 times, more than 5 times what we receive now. Mr. Malagon, you know that you were at the high school as a counselor. I don't know what the answer is, as far as how do you tackle that? But that trend, Scott, I really don't like. That trend, I don't like at all, because 21 is pretty close to 0, right? I mean, we're going the wrong way. Yeah, so I mean, we need outreach. We need, and quite honestly, if you ask some of the scholarship donors,
Mm.
they pretty much awarded every person that applied a scholarship because they had too much money. They're like, well, okay, It was literally no selection
Mhm.
for some, and not trying to, we had very qualified applicants. But that's what I'm saying is that, these kids don't realize
Mhm.
they're giving away
Mhm.
all this money because they don't bother to apply. And then the other number that to me is not great either. Well, 37% CSU eligible, that's okay, right? 32% CSU eligible. So 37%, that's 78,
Mhm.
right? So 78 of the kids that were CSU eligible,
Mhm.
right? You would expect that at least those kids apply,
Mhm.
the 78,
Mhm.
right? Instead a third of them applied,
Mhm.
less, right? And the same thing with the UC eligible, 67 kids.
Mhm.
Again, a third.
Mhm.
And UC, they're higher requirements.
Right.
Again, I mean, we have a lot of issues, Dr. Sabota, but this is another trend, that has been going the wrong way for way too long.
Right.
I mean, outreach is part of it.
Marketing,
Yeah, I mean, but it's just, we need to address this, and we don't need to start this when they're seniors. We need to start this conversation when they're eighth graders,
Exactly.
right? I was telling kids, hey, actually your GPA at Fairview, no offense, it's really not that important. What's important is what you do at the high school. What you do at the high school prepares you to apply to these scholarships, right? And so that if you don't do so great at Fairview, you have another lease on life when you go to the high school. You could turn it around.
Mhm.
You can go from a D student to an A student. And guess what? And you could apply for these scholarships. That's what I mean about, of course it matters, but that's what I mean is that you get a second shot, right? But you only get a second shot for those 3 years
Mhm.
that you're in high school, because year 3 is when you apply.
Mhm.
Year 4 is way too late.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Flores?
Thank you, Candace.
So I just had a couple I have to disagree with you. Junior high does count because that's when they develop those study habits. I taught middle school, so I have to disagree with you, Caesar. And that's where it comes in, and I think having the presentation about the counseling, this is where that sets the pace, because if we have more counseling on staff, we can address these things that they start in the middle school, that they have these, 4-year plans that the kids are looking at, that we have these programs that, you may not be going to a 4-year college, or you may not want to go to 2-year college, but what career pathway do you want to attend? I would love to see our colleges that are applied to expand.
Mhm.
And I know that sometimes it's safe to stay in the bubble, but to
Right.
show our kids to dream big. I also attended the scholarship night. And it was a little scarce. Like, we didn't have a lot of student attendance because they did not apply, to the programs. But I would have loved to seen, because like Caesar said, a lot of the scholarships, talking to a lot of the donors, gave a lot of the kids got multiple scholarships, because guess what? They were the only ones who applied. And there's lots of money out there. And just so the students know, I know there's not probably any students on right now, but even our 2-year colleges have programs on campus to help pay for your travel expenses, to help pay for books. So they need to fill out that FAFSA, because that's going to determine their need and their eligibility for those on-campus resources. And the only reason I know that is from my daughter working at a community college, because she sends those kids to, hey, I can help you this much, but guess what? That program can help you there. That
Mhm.
program can help you there. And we need something like that here to show the kids that, hey, we have this resource here, but guess what? Even if we can't get you this resource can get you this much, or can help you here. So I think having those accessible and marketing them well to our students and our parents, we need to get our parents to on board to know this is what's available to your students. These are all the scholarships. What I would like to see,
Mhm.
as well as I was just talking to somebody, we used to have the Matsui Foundation scholarship. If we can find out?
I'm not certain. I don't know if.
Things that going into the last, even the 60 we found out 2 things. One is we've lost confidence in donors. over the last 1 or 2 years. I talked to a couple, they don't have the money. they're older,
Microphone.
the change out, Daniel, and that's what I think we have to address, right there. We have to have a connection, we have a greet meet,
Mhm.
welcome to our school, we have a school board there, we have administration, we have middle school, because that's pipeline coming up. The second thing is the cultural mindset. We have generations here, and I talked to some parents. I talked to those seniors in our classroom a couple of nights, and it's tough. As actual president, I gave out 4. Okay, and I had to ask these seniors, come on, there's money there, $5,000-$6,000. And it was tough. They didn't want to do it because they don't have the time. So we got to hit them early. And you're right. When they're freshmen, we got to jump on them. That's what it is. Okay. We got parents who are afraid. We got students who are still, no, I want to get a job. We got to change that mindset. We got to put more banners on that main street.
Yep.
Okay. And I can't do it alone. The third counselor can't help. Don't get me wrong, but we got to connect with those donors. We got to connect with Taylor Farm. We got to connect with the Wyoming down the road. Bruce Dick, the gun club, or whoever.
Yeah.
And say, hey, this is what we need.
That's
what they're doing.
a great point.
We agree with.
And when our kids come in for the freshmen, because next year, the freshmen are my babies. I'll be with them all through everything, the counselors, assemblies, classroom meetings, the whole deal. It starts from there.
Yeah.
Okay. I just, yeah.
And
Yeah, if
So-
we can communicate, like I would love to see, like I said, Matsui was a huge donor. And I remember going to my first awards night as a donor on the nonprofit that I serve on and was like, wow. And then I was just talking with the rest of my board. I was like, what happened? Because that was a really nice scholarship.
I'm not sure if it's the passing of their patriarch. I'm not sure what happened there.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
they took it in a different direction.
CSN3.
CSUMB.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Malagon. We should just ask you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but definitely. I think I can speak for the counseling team or the college and career team, definitely looking at ways to improve services to students. And that's kind of the work that we would be doing with the comprehensive school counseling plan, figuring out ways to not only provide direct services, but also to look at ways maybe we go into our English department and coach kids on this is the way you're going to be filling out your application, where it's not just one-on-one with the counselors. Because I think sometimes our kids, even though they're adults, they still need some hand holding on how to fill out things, and they need some cheerleading and some encouragement.
And
So-
definitely, if the board had discussed it, and I know we've put it out there before, we would love, just because all of us have read applications, because we
Right.
have our board scholarships, to provide guidance, to have like a Q&A on
Mhm.
here's what you should include in your application. Here's what you should include in your personal statement.
Mhm.
Guess what? Go to your English teacher and have them review your personal statement. And those are things that we can do here.
Yes.
And we as a board have all discussed about providing that service for our students as well, because we've all read application letters. Some of us serve on other, nonprofits, and we would love to make sure that our kids are well equipped to get more scholarship money.
Well, I think folks will probably take you up on that.
Thank you.
Put us to work.
Hey, free labor. I like it.
Yeah, it's free labor. Item 12.7, public hearing on the 2022-2023 local control and accountability plan. There is staff report on this.
There's 2 of us who are going to do this. And you may not be used to that, but we think it's very important that the LCAP be seen as a joint project between the Business Services Division and the Educational Services Division. Sorry if you can't hear me. I'm talking. You want me to go ahead and? You wanna say?
So like Scott said, good evening, everyone. We'll be doing the LCAP together. So it was actually a great experience to be able to sit down and work together on not only the actions and the goals of our LCAP, but combining it and looking at the budget and how to allocate those funds.
So I'm going to go ahead and start the presentation. I will say this. We are refining the process of how we do this, and there's still more work to be done. our divisions need to start meeting regularly and work this budget. So it's very well defined. It is not as well defined right now as it should be. I'm going to go through kind of some basics with the local control funding formula. And I hope that it's not boring and redundant for you, but I want to make sure, because I'm not sure it's been made as clear as it should be, what the components are, and particularly a special part of it, that we really strip down this year, the local control accountability plan, to really look at what are called supplemental and concentration grants. Thank you. That's going to fall, isn't it? And create a problem. All right, now let's see if I can figure this out. It's that one. I just did two. So how do I go backwards then?
Want me to help?
Yeah, just go backwards, please. I click it twice and there we go. Okay, so the local control funding formula was put into place about almost a decade ago by Governor Brown and the state legislature. It is now the main funding mechanism for California public schools. So the LCFF. And it has some pieces to it. Before we get to the pieces, it was designed to really do three things. It was designed to increase local control. That's the local control in the local control funding formula. It was also designed, and to me, this is the most important part, to fund schools equitably. Schools prior to that were funded at what were called revenue limits, where the goal was to fund all schools someday in the future. It never got there, but never quite got there, close. Fund everybody the same, equality. But we know that equality is not equity, and not all needs are the same. And I worked in a district that was very similar to Gonzales, had almost the same unduplicated count, actually, percentage. And the needs were greater there than they were in other districts. And finally, it was designed to provide accountability. You see that with the dashboard and the little dials that go from red to blue, or red to green and blue, whatever the colors are these days. So the funding is based on your average daily attendance, how many students you have, with different base amounts. And we'll talk about what that all means in a second here with base. For each grade span, TK3 get $1 amount, 4th through 6th graders get a different dollar amount, 7th through 8th a different, and 9th, 12th another amount. And look at that, it worked. Okay, so it starts with the premise that students, we're going to start with an equality premise, then we're going to get to equity in a minute. So every student in high school should get the same base amount of funding. Every student in elementary school or in those grade ranges should get the same base amount. And that base amount is to do the basic functions of running your school district or running your school site. Then there's a grade span adjustment for TK3 that allows you to reduce class size there from 30, typically statewide, to 24-1. So you'll see TK3 through 3rd or have to be at 24-1. And then at high school, there's an adjustment for career technical education. And high schools already get more because high school students are more expensive to educate than elementary school students. And then here's the equity part, and this is very important. For every English learner, low-income student, or foster youth, and you can only count once, it's unduplicated. So meaning you can't duplicate on there. If you count, if I'm an English learner who is also comes from a low-income family, I only count once. For every one of those students, you get a 20% add-on to the base. So it's just automatic. Here's 20% more dollars. I believe in this district, it's 88, 89%, somewhere in there of your students are unduplicated. And so 88 to 89% of your students are generating that 20% add-on. That's supplemental. And we'll talk in a minute about what supplemental grants are for. But there's also concentration grants, which are based on the premise that when poverty comes in concentrations, or English learners come in concentrations, that it is more difficult to educate students in those settings. Okay, research has shown that high concentrations of high need students generate even more high needs. And when you get over 55% of the students in a school or in a district qualify as one of these three groups, then you get an additional, it used to be 50%, now it's 65% of the base grant. So for example, in Gonzales, let's just call it 90 to make the math easy for me right now, it's late. So 90 is 35% more than 55. So 35% of your students would be generating that 65% additional amount of money. That's a lot of money. Tremendous amount of money. And we'll talk about the dollar amount in just a minute here. The purpose of the supplemental and concentration grants is to increase and improve services. Now, districts have broad latitude in how they do that, but so you're supposed to kind of thoughtfully do it. And I'm not sure that that has been put to this board or not in the past, to do it that way. And so things have been happening, but not necessarily with as much forethought as in terms of that way of thinking as I'd like to see moving forward. That means that over the next coming years, staff will be working to really make those changes and be able to bring you budgets that really more accurately reflect that. We're not quite there yet, but you'll see more us moving that direction tonight. The next slide is there just in case you had the question of, and I don't want to spend much time on this, it's there. What does that mean in terms of dollars? These were the proposed amounts and the governors may revise. Now we know the governors may revise is not going to be the final answer on the budget, but this gives you a general idea that students are generating between almost $9,000. If you look at the 22-23 adjusted base grant per ADA, if you look at that line, which is about 2/3 of the way down the chart, it's $98.15 at K3 because they have the extra money for class size reduction. And you can see the different amounts. Those are the base grants all the way to $11,000 for a high school student. And then you can see the amount that students who are unduplicated generate for the supplemental and then the last row, the concentration grants. It's a large amount of money. And we need to spend those dollars on increasing and improving services for kids. Now, there's lots of ways of doing that. And some ways are more obvious than other ways, but there's broad discretion for school districts of how to do that. Okay, getting close here. One of the ways that I think about this, I used to say in my old district is, if you were trying to figure out what the base grants should pay for, if you had a district that had no English learners, had no low-income students and no foster youth, you would receive no supplemental concentration grants. That district would not get any of this extra funding. That district would still have to comply with the ed code and still have to do the things that legally you have to do. You have to have a teacher in grades 4 through 12 for every approximately 30 kids. You have to have a teacher for every 24 kids in K3 or TK3. You have to have enough custodians to not make the place a disaster, enough administrators to run the school. It doesn't have to be a happy school at that level. You don't have to have a lot of frills and extras and fun things, but it has to work legally. Everything else above that can be considered increasing and improving services. So that increasing and improving services, everything beyond that is what the purpose of supplemental concentration grants are. Okay. Now you really want to target them when you can to really help the students who are generating the dollars. The nice thing in this district is 88, 89% of your students are generating it, and the state recognizes when you're that high, you don't have to say, gosh, we're going to get Chromebooks for every kid in that school. We're going to send every kid a Chromebook they can take home. But only those who are, that's only 89% of the kids are going to get those. The other 11% are going to have to figure it out. You don't have to say that. You can give it to everybody because the target is everybody. Okay, so we're in a nice position here. I was in my old district also of really being able to focus on everybody, but you don't want to lose track of your foster youth and your English learners because they're populations that do have needs that may be different than everybody has. Okay. And then finally, the local control accountability plan is the vehicle for that. Now, a district that's really been doing this really well for a long time might bring in lots of different funds into their plan, not just the supplemental concentration grants. But this year we kind of stripped out the other funds. We really wanted to focus on the supplemental concentration grants because we think that's the core and the most important part of the local control accountability plan. And with that said, oh, I didn't even advance. I'm sorry. So while I was yabbering on there, now it's not wanting to advance.
Over here. I gotta.
It's not doing it.
Let me help.
Can you just advance it for me? No? Okay. So that's what I was talking about the last few minutes. If you could advance it one more time. So for 2022-23, right now it's what's in the budget, and what's in the budget is not the final word. It's a little over $8.5 million of supplemental concentration grants. We want to be able to account for those as best we can. Okay. That number will go up when the budget's passed. and the budgets and the district's budget is adjusted for whatever the state legislature and governor eventually agree to. And with that, I'm going to shut up and let Yolanda take over. So I'll move aside here.
Okay, so I will be reviewing our LCAP goals and going over the actions attached to each goal, as well as the specific identified initiatives that were based on our student data and the feedback that we collected from the various stakeholders. So our first goal includes student achievement and high quality instruction. And the actions that go alongside with this goal are highly quality instruction and recruitment and retention of highly effective staff. Our action 2 is maintenance and operations, and action 3 is technological support and connectivity. So the following slides are going to include those specific identified initiatives along with the budget alongside with it. So these are all going to be included for goal 1. The first one that you see is for instructional materials. That includes for standards aligned curriculum, training, equipment, and supplies that satisfy 100% our Williams requirement. As you can see on each slide, you will see what the initiative is and how much funding is allocated for each of those. So next one is funds for recruitment and retention of credentialed staff. Specifically, funding has been allocated for the retention, especially for those hard to fill positions such as math, science, and special education. When you look there, you see an amount attached to this initiative, but there's also other funding that includes stipends that will be included for stipends and incentives alongside to support the recruitment. Teacher induction includes providing qualifying new teachers in the district with an induction program to clear their California teaching credential. I want to also add that some of these amounts that you see, just as Scott had mentioned before, might not be the only funds that are allocated for those initiatives. For example, we might have emergency funds also allocated for some of these initiatives alongside with some of the LCSF funds. Next one is for professional development. And again, this is funding for staff and support of site instructional programs. This also, you can see that the amount allocated is 10,000, but there's also additional other committed dollars. For this one specifically, we have the educator effectiveness grant that also is included for professional development. Next one is maintenance and transportation. So essentially keeping our facilities clean and in good repair and upgrading school sites. Also allowing for funding for transportation, personnel, fuel costs, and maintenance of vehicles. Instructional technology. So this is maintaining the 100% of technology devices to students, and then also providing staff with the necessary technology that is needed, and alongside that training to facilitate the development of digital literacy. So all of these initiatives are included under goal 1, and we now go to goal 2. So goal 2 is ensuring that our students will be college and career ready. And there's also 3 actions that go along with this goal, which include student interventions and enhancements, identification, service, and reclassification of English language learners, and college and career readiness. So here are the initiatives that are under goal 2. First one is providing materials and supplies to give student access to additional instructional programs. So this would be included the additional academic programs that are included to support additional supports for students. Also included under this goal is extended day and year programs, which would include before school, after school, winter and spring intersession, Saturday and summer school. This would be to provide not only the supplies needed, but also for the staff to support the programs. Next one is foster and homeless youth. So as Scott explained, this is essentially to support our high needs, high risk subgroups. Next one, yeah.
We had talked quite a lot about this, but like you saw the 110,000 there for those two very high risk groups and needy groups. There are a lot of dollars in this plan that could be put in different categories. Things cross over. And so it's not that that's the only dollars being spent on those kids. That's the dollars that we identified as the most obvious. And you have to put everything into a bucket. And we don't want to tell you about dollars more than once. So just keep that in mind, please.
Yeah, and then I also want to include their emergency funds is also there's allocations for our high risk students. And then we also have our title fundings that are specific to these subgroups. So included in here is to purchase and maintain state-approved ELD instructional materials to meet the needs of our English learners at all the school sites. Also to provide professional development to our staff and implement our research-based ELD strategies. Also included in here is college readiness. So funding allocated for field trips, SAT prep, advanced placement fees, and other related costs. And this would include college and career awareness activities from TK to 12th grade. That would be connected to the student curriculum connections. And here we have additional funds for career readiness, and that would include for our VAPA, PE, elective teachers, and all the necessary materials and supplies that go along with each class. So those are the initiatives that are included for goal 2. So now we go to our goal 3. So goal 3 is to provide quality conditions for learning and positive school culture and climate. And along this goal, there's also 3 actions that go along with it. One is school climate, student engagement, and attendance, maintaining low suspension and expulsion rates, and then also professional development. So here we see funding that is in support of counseling, mental health, social skills, and mentoring at all sites. So essentially providing support services that promote students' well-being and a positive school climate where students feel welcomed, connected, and engaged. Funding is also allocated to our school resource officer, and we work with the Gonzales PD and contract out for our resource officer that supports all of our 3 sites. And then for chronic absenteeism, we have funds allocated to maintain an attendance liaison. We have an attendance liaison, and then we're also looking into an online attendance tracking system. And then included as well is support services that will promote students' well-being, which would include PBIS, and then student incentives and celebrations. And then also funding to support our nurse, our LVN, and our health technicians. Providing students access to extracurricular sports, athletic activities, and other programs that promote physical activity and fitness. And then the professional development for staff, including all staff. So that includes our teachers, our paraprofessionals, our administrators, our office staff, our nutrition, transportation, on social emotional learning strategies and structures for relationship building and on safe and supportive environments. So those were all included in our goal 3. We now go on to our goal 4. Which is related to community engagement. And there's also 3 actions that go along with this goal. That includes parent engagement and education, school parent community communication, and then community partnerships. So funding has been allocated to continue to provide parent workshops to continue to fund our parent liaison who supports our parent involvement, and then also the launch of Parent Square. And then the last one.
So the state is increasing accountability on the local control accountability plan. And we think there's going to be a day, or I think there's going to be a day where they actually make you track the dollars. Right now, they're tracking it in some strange way involving percentages. And there's different ways of meeting that. But what an LCAP reserve or targeted funds reserve is if you don't spend all the money in one year, you hold on to it and spend it the next year. And if you don't spend all that money the next year, yes, you keep rolling it over as if its own restricted fund. That's a practice we'd like to see. And later on, you'll see I've identified a portion of the district's reserve. This is a placeholder to be part of that reserve right now. The reason we having question marks here is because we don't know how much money is going to be left at the end of the coming year.
And that is it.
This had to step out. Maria, any questions?
No questions. It's a lot of information and it's just nice to see the breakdown of, where we can spend these money. Thank you.
Caesar, questions, comments?
Yes, both. The LCAP and all these numbers, does it include the $8,657,087 in supplemental and concentration funds?
That's what it is.
That's what it is. That's the breakdown of.
That's the breakdown.
Gotcha. That's the only thing it is then. So it's not the base grant?
No, you can include the base grant and show that, but we think that hides the main purpose, which is how are you increasing, improving services for kids with those supplemental and concentration grants?
Gotcha.
This
is
that is what's on there. Yes. We
Only-
also have some COVID funds that are placeholding right now in order to, it's a complicated thing, but program continuity. So in some cases, districts are using, and this district is probably every district state is doing it. Some services that would have been paid for with supplemental concentration grants are temporarily being paid for using COVID money. And so it may include COVID funds as a placeholder, but that wouldn't be able to happen when the COVID funds run out.
Okay. So again, I'm not trying to be repetitive, but just
No.
so that folks understand, these numbers are only to do with supplemental and concentration funds. These allocated numbers to these different areas.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's, appreciate that. Some of these numbers to me, and I know you said that it's the most obvious ones, but some of these, as far as allocating the funds and tying it to a resource, but college readiness, right? We were just done listening to, I'm sorry to say, but the pretty bad, numbers about the kids that applied for scholarships. You would probably can extrapolate that if you didn't apply for a scholarship, you're probably not thinking of going to college. Maybe I'm wrong, but so anyway, $14,000.
So there's a lot of base funds that are going, like the counselors' salaries are not, I don't believe, are part of, they were not part of this. So give you a really perfect example. Mr. Soriano is here. He spends some of his day talking to kids about college. Part of his salary is there, but he's paid for entirely out of base grants.
Right.
So it doesn't. If the district wishes, if the board wishes to spend more, and I'm not saying I think that's would be a good idea, is to spend more money of the supplemental concentration grants on college preparation and getting kids to college, that would be a fantastic thing. By identifying them this way, that allows the board to engage in that conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I very much appreciate that because I don't feel that we were given that option before. So I
don't
thank
think you have been.
1,000
Yeah.
times over. And back to college readiness. I mean, specifically, it wasn't talking about Mr. Soriano's time, it was specifically saying funds for college trips, SAT prep, AP fees, and other related costs. Probably not Mr. Soriano's salary.
His salary.
But so other similar items. $14,000, I'm sorry, is atrocious.
I wanted to add, some of those numbers you'll see, perhaps as we move forward, they'll increase, but remember that we have we have other grants that have come in. So for example, the A through G grant will allow us to do some of that work. And so you might see lower funds allocated through here, but it doesn't mean that that's the only funds that we've allocated.
And actually, if we can have that, that information as well, because all I'm basing my questions on is your presentation, right? And your presentation does not have additional funds that are going to, and specifically to funding college trips, SAT prep, specifically to that. I'm not talking salaries, benefits for employees. I'm talking specific to these type of services, other related services. If there are other funds that increase this $14,000, I think it would be very useful to know what that final number is.
And we can provide you that. Again, the reason we took them out this time is we feel that the LCAP that was adopted last year had every dollar the district spent put into it, and it totally masked supplemental concentration grants and felt it was doing a disservice. So we thought it would be good to return back to the basics and get those dollars there. So as Mrs. Barber said, the A through G block grants are there, providing a tremendous amount of additional funding for that.
No, I fully appreciate your report. And you know, obviously we haven't had this type of report like this before, only for supplemental and concentration funds. All I'm saying is that in addition to this, I think it would be good.
I don't disagree with you at all.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. As districts get better at this, they add all the other funds back in, but they maintain that focus on supplemental and concentration grants.
Yeah, this should for sure be its own report. I'm just saying,
Absolutely.
we can have appendixes and such. Because just, you know, one thing you were saying about the 90% of our kids, right? Rounding up, 90% of our kids are English learners, low income, and foster youth. And because of that, based on the numbers, the base grant was gonna round off the numbers, 11,000. The supplemental was 2,000. The concentration was 9,000. That's $9,000. That is 85% of the base grant we would get in addition because our kids are.
But remember, with the concentration grants, you don't start getting those until 55% of your eligible kids are discounted. It's only for the kids that a number above 55%. So it's only about a third of this district's students generate concentration grants.
Okay, so those numbers are smaller.
So
Okay.
yeah, the number, it shrinks by a third of what the number you saw on the screen was when you actually proportion it out to what the district gets.
Can I jump in for a second?
Mhm.
So I don't think we told you this, but this is coming back to you for approval in 2 weeks. And perhaps when we do, I think what we perhaps didn't include was the why. So you gave it numbers and you gave purposes, but you didn't say why that amount. Why that amount? Why not some other amount? I think if we did that, it would answer a lot of your questions. I hope it would. And I don't see a reason that we can't do it in 2 weeks. When we ask for your approval, is give you more of the, why did we choose that number instead of a larger number for something that's obviously a big problem? And so, because I can see your point, it appears that some of the huge issues have minimal levels of expenditures attached to them. Let's tell you why that is. And that would include other sources that are contributing to that. And we didn't include that tonight.
Yeah, no, thank you. And that's exactly where I'm going. You're a lot more eloquent than I am. And just one last, well, not one last one, two to the second to the left. Sorry, educational services. And again, educational services for English learners, right, is 19,150, right?
There's Title III money as
And
well.
Title,
on top,
right.
top of that.
So,
Mhm.
yeah, the why would be very much appreciated. And the very last thing I'll say that I'll point out is athletics. It says, and I'm partial, you all know, I'm a little bit partial to that. So athletics, it says $95,000, right? Which is a nice big number. Now it does say access to extracurricular sports and athletic activities includes cost of sports physicals, so students can participate in extracurricular activities. That sounds wonderful, but in fact, sports physicals are free. There is no cost. And in fact, when kids go get a physical, they have to pay for it unless they go with a provider. And we do have local providers that offer them for free. They're not given a check, or they don't tell, hey, build a school or anything like that. The kids have to pay for it. The kids have to pay for it. Trust me, the kids have to pay for it. So I think what we need to do is find out exactly how that $95,000 is used, because it is not being used to pay for sports.
That's primarily for transportation and uniforms.
Right. Okay. Well, I think it would be good to know exactly how much for transportation, because trust me, every coach in this district, whether they're on a stipend or volunteers, really are interested in education. We had one trip to Hollister. It was $800. One trip. It's cheaper to Uber. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Mr. Serrano, because and for me, I coach small teams, but when you have a large team, when you have a football team that requires a bus, you're looking at tens of thousands of dollars in transportation costs, not at $800, right? So this is a big topic. Other schools pay for the transportation, right? There's all types of things you can do, right? We don't. And every season, football, they have to raise a ton of money, right? Track and field, because they got a lot of kids. They can't just transport them in a small bus.
So this year they did not do much fundraising, and the district helped out of supplemental concentration grants for a great deal of the transportation.
And that's fantastic. For me, I hope there's not just because of your benevolence, but some type of process going forward so that everybody understands, the coaches, the players, and the parents understand what the parameters are going to be going forward and how much money they have to raise. And not just because one generous Scott Siegel is there and says, hey, we got money. That it should be a process where everybody understands it.
Without taking a ton of time, I have talked to the principals of the schools about we talked about having a rational discussion about or having rational outcome as far as what portion ASB fundraising should cover and what the district should cover. Students should not be covering anything, and we don't need to be begging this community for funds for that.
Thank you. Yes.
Right.
And
but
yes.
that conversation is something that I won't be here for, but that needs to happen because a district that's receiving $8.5 million of supplemental concentration grants doesn't need to be out in the street with cups.
So Mr.
money.
Siegel, I think you just became YouTube famous in Gonzales at this district because every athlete is out there and that participates in extracurricular activities. This is something they all have to think about. So yeah, this conversation needs to happen. It hasn't happened.
But ASB gates from football games can help contribute. There's a lot of sources to make this whole.
I look forward to the results of those conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Flores?
You're gonna be a meme, Mr. Siegel.
I did not mean for that to happen. That's
No, what I will say is I do appreciate the supplemental breakdown. I think for someone like me, I'm not a numbers person, so it really was nice to see the breakdown of each group and how much money is spent. I had the same concerns about the amount, but I knew that there were other grants and other funding there. So I just kind of wondered, well, but it's good to know that, that you're basing the amount here on other funding sources. And so, I do agree with athletics. Athletics has been a long time kind of, part of our district that's not been funded well. So I welcome the conversations you're going to have with the future.
I'll have those conversations with the incoming CBO.
Yes.
And they will have the conversation.
Yes.
One thing I do want to clarify, not all of these do we have we'll have a good answer as to why the numbers are what they are in terms of more resources maybe should be put into some of these. And there may not be as much other funding going towards it. But the issue there is that without really having these discussions the way you're having them tonight for the last decade, we've gotten here. So we've got to, that was the purpose of stripping the thing down to the supplemental concentration grants, was to be able to have that conversation a little more openly about where should more funding go, which is a conversation you'll have in the coming probably 6 months or so with your new superintendent.
Yeah, and I definitely like the idea of the why, because actually that's a really good point. I'd like to know what groups here are funded that don't have extra funding. So I think it's important that we have that information when we start advocating for some of these groups. So thank you for your presentation.
I just had two, and Scott, I've always told you I love your presentations.
Well,
because-
this is also Mrs.
Yes,
Barbara's
and Ms. Barbara's
presentation.
presentation.
I'm not taking credit for it.
I did have one question regarding the attendance liaison and the tracking system, the 118,000. Is that solely from here? Now that I know there's extra funds, or is that
The
attendance liaison and the tracking system? It was $118,000.
That includes our attendance supervisor, and that is for future research on a program. We've been talking about an attendance tracking program that he wants to look at, and so that's why that's like.
So my question with that is, and I asked it, I think last year, was regarding the funding that we have for that, is that our costs are being substantiated, meaning we're recovering that EDA, like we're doing the necessary steps. So if we have a student who has chronic absenteeism, that the contact is being made at home to get that kid back. So is this money that we're spending $118,000, are we recouping?
Are you recouping it?
Yes.
That is a extraordinarily difficult question to answer, because you'd almost have to run the district twice, have two exact models of the district, one without the person attendance supervisor and one with it, and see what the difference in attendance rates was. It's hard to say when a kid does come to school or does not come to school, whether it was because of action or inaction of one person. You can look at caseloads and see, you can try to analyze it with looking at kids that she's contacted and what their attendance is doing and whether it's improving or not. And I don't have answers like that. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, thank you. I tried. And
No,
my-
it's a great question. It's a fantastic question. It's just a very difficult question to answer.
And my comments are just like my colleagues sitting here, is I had a question regarding the $95,000 for the sports, because of the reason that was stated that I haven't seen it as, us pay for a sports physical, but yet it was stated on there. And I want to make sure moving forward, because sports is a big part of our community, that we have a healthy athletic budget. I've spoke with both our administration at the high school to make sure that we have the proper safety equipment, that we're having new uniforms, and that all of our students are able to participate, who are able to participate, who choose to participate, and not because they have to raise funds, or even at the junior high level, that, there's an athletic fee. If they can't pay it, are we saying no?
There can't be athletic fees.
Okay,
If there are, we need to get rid of those.
okay. So that's, I just want to make sure that
No pay for play.
all the students who are able to participate can participate, and not worry about having to pay for a transportation cost, whatnot.
Correct.
Um,
The district that's receiving $8.5 million a year of supplemental concentration grants should not be asking its parents to unduly fundraise. That doesn't mean parents won't fundraise, maybe for extra things and special things, as an elaborate timing system for cross-country, for example, that you wouldn't otherwise have. It's not really part of a basic kind of thing. But the uniforms and the transportation should not be part of the fundraising.
I agree.
Basic equipment.
Yeah, no, and definitely. So that's why I just want to make sure that we have a healthy athletic budget. Thank you again, both of you.
Right.
Thanks.
I think I get to stay up here.
Hold it. Hold it.
Because this is a public hearing, we need to open it up for,
Public comment?
Public comment.
Sure. See if anybody takes you up on that.
I'm going to go ahead and open up for public comment at 9:09 PM. Do we have any public comments from the community, online or in the public?
Okay, so the whole, you don't want to say that?
Oh, I just wanted to add that the whole LCAP plan, a draft, is available for review also online.
Thank you. Seeing as there's no public comments, we're going to go ahead and close this public hearing at 9:09. Moving on to item 12.8, Public hearing on the 2022-2023 preliminary budget. Mr. Siegel.
So I have a few things to share with you, and these do not involve me in a clicker, which is good news for everyone. Monica's going to bring up, there's two attachments with this one and one for the next item. Sorry, I'm going to be here for a while to camp out. The budget summary analysis. So Yesenia has finished building this year's budget.
It's sideways. Apple? Yes.
What the first thing I tell you about this analysis you're about to see is that there are, you don't have to worry, it's not there yet, but you'll see two columns and they have the exact same numbers in them because one is supposed to break it down by ADA, but we didn't enter an ADA number. So it just automatically defaults to 1. So it's the same number twice. So just ignore that there's two columns, please. And we're going to want to rotate that. Yes. And yeah, there we go. So the first thing you'll see is that for the general fund, there's about $38 million of money coming in, about 38 million going out, and the net ending balance goes up by 660,000. So this has a positive ending balance. Some of that is restricted. We'll get to that in just a few minutes. The purpose for these slides is to just give you a really quick, if you go to the second page, please, breakdown of the revenue sources. So you'll see there, this big blue part of the pie, here's the revenue, about $30 million, about 3/4 of the budget, a little over 3/4 is from the LCFF, the local control funding formula. Some of that is base, some of that is supplemental and concentration. And then you'll see the other pieces, the local revenue, the state revenue, and the federal revenue, making up the rest. So if we can go to the next slide. This shows the expenditure by object codes, and the dark blue one, which is the largest slice, a little over a third of the budget, is certificated non-management salaries. Then you have classified non-management salaries, the red one, management, both classified and certificated, the green one is there, employee benefits. And the total, you can see employee benefits are very large, a large chunk. That's not just health and welfare benefits. That's the cost of retirement systems and other expenses like paying for Social Security, workers' compensation, and all of that. The total slice of those four pieces is over 80% of the budget, which is typical of school districts. We are a people person or people business, and we hire people, and that's where we spend our money. And then the other pieces are there for you to see. And if we go on to the last one, it's the expenditures looked at a different way. It's by the function part of the account code. So the account code is a string of numbers that has a lot of information in it that only accountants can really read, and is designed to drive people crazy. But one of the pieces of great information that's in there is there's a function. Is what is the purpose of the money, basically? And a good chunk of it's going to instruction. Instruction related is pretty much another way of saying instruction is just not as direct. And then you have people services. So you can see the bulk of the money is going directly to services for students. And then you have general administration, plant services, and other outgo there as well. Now, I've looked at the reports on this kind of thing. I have to warn you that sometimes the function code is not put in correctly, and I haven't reviewed all of them, and I'm not planning to review all of them. It would take a long time. So if you code things one way or another, you can get little changes to this that make it. You have to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt. It may not be. Another person could come in and code it a little differently, and you get slightly different sizes to the pies. But that is it for that attachment. And if we can go to the SACS form.
Want to take questions on that before?
Absolutely. If you want to do questions on that chart, those charts.
Jose, any questions?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Maria? Thank you. Caesar, any questions regarding?
No, I'll save mine for the next one.
Okay.
I don't
I'm
have any
feeling
questions.
hurt
Thank you,
here
Scott.
that there's no questions.
Direct
All right, so
into
let's
the
go on to this is actually that's just a summary page. This is actually the budget. We're going to have to blow that up, and I'd like to just make it a lot bigger there. And we're going to focus on little parts of this. I'm not going to bore you with the whole thing. It's an attachment. This is the actual budget, but it shows two pieces. The first columns on the left, labeled 21-22 estimated actuals. I want to tell you right now, those were estimated actuals that were done over a month ago, they were completed. And so there's some things missing from them. The biggest important piece of that, if you scroll, can you go make it go that way so I can see the bottom of that page? There you go, all the way to there's an E we need to get to. There we go, right there. The net increase or decrease line E shows 3,063,000 and change. That is the amount of money of revenues that were above expenditures in the current year budget. But I've got to warn you about something. Later on in this agenda, you're approving some raises for employees. Those raises all told will reduce that ending balance because they're not in the 21-22. We'll reduce it by about 1.2 million. So that'll cut us to 1.8. In addition, that the district has COVID money and had budgeted spending all of the COVID money. And when you spend all the COVID money, you get to take indirect costs on the COVID money, which is like a fee that is charged for administering it. But that's not going to happen because we're not spending it all this year. We're spending it over the next 3 or 4 years, which means that there's another $500,000 to $750,000 of revenue coming into the district. It's not going to happen. So that's going to reduce that ending balance even further. And then on the other side, there's some positive things that happen, money that you thought you were going to spend that didn't get spent, that you'll see by the time we close the books, get to the bottom line here, is we're probably going to have a surplus in the $1.5 million range is my best guess. It could be more than that, but and a lot of districts are running those reserves up right now like that because of COVID, largely because of COVID dollars, and then difficulties hiring that is also related to COVID and the economy. So that reason you have the projected or estimated actuals for this year is that provides your starting point for next year. You know, whatever I end the month with in my bank account is what I start the next month with. Okay, so if we can go back up for the adopted budget, or just scroll over, it's the next 3 columns, and you'll see that the unrestricted in column D, you'll see number $424,707. That is the amount of money that we're surplusing in that budget. Now, I'm not suggesting that you leave it there. I think that there's some decisions that need to be made, and your new superintendent can guide you through those. Clearly, there's some services that we need to provide that we're not providing. And this is an opportunity to look at what are we doing and do that. In addition, there'll be more money because we put in the budget, only the amount of the COLA is revenue. The governor's proposing 3% above that, and the state legislature is proposing 10% above that. So somewhere in between those two numbers will be the answer, and that's going to provide another bunch of money that the district is going to need to look at. What do we want to do to support the learning of students? And those could be very good supplemental and concentration grant type expenditures that I think you've identified as very needed. I think I agree with you as an outsider looking in are very needed. And there's a great opportunity for new superintendent coming in and the board to work together to figure out what the answers are. So unless you have other questions on that one, I am done with that item.
Jose, any questions?
Thank you.
Maria?
No questions, thank you.
Caesar?
First, I want to apologize. I followed most of your presentation, then I dozed off for a second, and then I missed a very important detail.
I was boring, I know.
No, started daydreaming. I don't know about what, but anyway.
It's numbers.
Yeah. Budgets. No, actually chart of accounts, which I'll bring up later. But sorry, so you said something about before the 3% in addition to COLA that the governor offered, and then the legislation. But before that, you had a big number.
This budget has us having and budgets are your best guess, and they're always wrong. But if this is what actually happens, the district will have $400,000 more at the end of the year than it started with. 424,000. But it's good that number is bigger, but it needs to be smaller because you need to spend the money. So you need to figure out ways to spend this money.
I would love to figure out ways to spend this money to increase services for our kids. For sure. Yeah, definitely. And Scott, just another super small detail. You haven't actually, you said that the account code, creates headaches. It doesn't actually, because the chart of accounts is your translation.
Correct.
To the account code. Correct. And the chart of accounts is posted on the website. So if you ever see the warrants reports, you'll see the account code. It's a
It's a long string of
lot
numbers.
A long string of numbers followed by dashes. Each dash is a code. That code means something. Chart of accounts tells you what it means. So basically, it will tell you that, sorry, Scott, but say that Scott, bought his tie and not got it as a gift. It would show that he spent his personal money instead of someone else's money.
I
as an
illegally
example,
purchased tie.
right, for a tie. So the same thing for the school budget. You can actually follow it
Correct.
from the warrants reports. And so my request is that if somehow, because I believe we run the the pay warrants reports in-house, and produce PDF files. The issue with PDF files is sometimes they're presented in a picture kind of
Mhm.
way where you can't, cut and paste it into Excel. So you can't, right? And so somehow if you guys can manage a way that folks can just cut and paste that PDF into Excel so that they can transfer over the numbers. And because you could do a VLOOKUP, VLOOKUP and it will translate all these codes for you. If you need the VLOOKUP, I got it.
I think I have to defer to the fiscal services staff on, because I don't run the reports. I don't know what comes out of this county system. And whether that's even possible or not.
Yeah. No,
I just don't know.
well, in fact, I know it's possible, and because I've done it. I've done it with some pay warrants. The pay warrants that have been offered, that have been presented here, but the issue is that not all the pay warrants are presented in the same way. They're PDFs, but different flavors, and so you could do that functionality with some, and you can with the others. You can actually with most of them. And I'm just saying, just for oversight. That way, somebody actually, if you have nothing to do, on a weekend and want to go down the pay warrants and say, hey, that expenditure there, that particular expenditure, where did it come from the LCAP? Where exactly did it go down? You could track it, and that's how you could do it. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Araceli?
No, I was not here for the numbers show, so I have no question or comment.
No, thank you for that report. It was you still have one more, I believe.
I have more than one more.
Oh,
I'm going to be here. I'm going to park here
Um,
for a while.
possibly Caesar, just touching on your request. I think maybe that needs to be on a request basis. So instead of making business services produce it as a request, if Board Member Ion would request that, you can request that. And if any member of the public wants to request it because they have nothing to do on a Saturday, I would suggest that. But to publish it and go through all of that man hours to do that, I would suggest we do it on a as requested basis.
I believe this is also a public hearing.
Yes. So I'm going to go ahead and open up this for a public hearing at 9:22. Do we have any public comments?
No public comments online.
No, seeing as there's no public comments online or in public, we are going to go ahead and close the public hearing at 9:23. 12.9 public hearing on balances in excess of minimum reserve requirements.
Monica, one more, and there's a big yellow field on it. If you can pull it up for me.
Scott, can I interrupt you for a second?
Absolutely.
Is this a very brief presentation?
This will be brief. Yes.
Okay.
I can, if you want me to take if we want to take a break, we can do.
No, we only have 1 hour and then we have to go back to.
No, I'm feeling that I left our architect sitting out there for 3 hours. And so if this is short, then
This will be
go
short.
ahead.
And then we can have him, we can skip to him. Yeah, he is actually next. Okay, so on this, if you can make that bigger, please. The state requires us to show how we're planning to spend excess reserves at some point. This district is not subject, by the way, to the 10% reserve cap, which the form has on it because the district is under 2,500 ADA. So we don't have that issue. What I'm going to suggest here is Yesenia and I just worked at it, and there is a policy about a 17% board reserve. So that number is on there. If you scroll down, please. Let's keep going down, keep going down. Right in there, that field of yellow shows how we break up the excess reserves. I didn't really think it was the best thing, but I had to do it because we're have a board agenda deadline, and I had to just basically decide how we're going to reserve these dollars that we have. So I'm going to suggest to the person who takes over for me is that in October every year, maybe around October, that you have a presentation that we discuss the reserves and what the target levels are for these different types of components. But typical things that districts have in reserves are excess reserves are things like technology infrastructure that you may have to do something to replace, equipment replacement, lawnmowers and such. An LCAP reserve, I threw the LCAP reserve in there at 3 million. So that you could, if you ever want to spend that money on increasing, improving services for kids, that money is there. Declining enrollment to help you weather the storm of declining enrollment and so on. Those need to really be something that's discussed on a regular basis, like annually at least, so that your CBO isn't just guessing and throwing numbers on paper that he decides are the best thing to do, because it's really something that should be with some guidance or some direction from the board. But this is what I came up with. And I think this is probably a public hearing also, isn't it?
So I'm going to go ahead and open up this public hearing at 9:26 p.m. Any members of the public who wish to address on this topic? Do you have any?
And online.
None online and none in person. So I'm going to go ahead and close this at 9:26 p.m.
Luis, come on up.
And that's going to move us on to item. Thank you, Scott, for
You're welcome.
all your hard work.
I'm not going far.
Okay.
Oh.
12.10 security fencing at GHS.
Louis, I'll introduce it really quickly. One of the things I noticed when I came to the district was the systems that were in place at LaGloria and Fairview for ingress and egress, and they seem to be well conceived in terms of controlling student access and other members of the community access. And that obviously wasn't in place at Carmel High School. And so noticing that, asked Louis that if he'd take a look at it, and then of course, the horrific events in Texas brought it to the forefront. But reality, we were looking at it even before that, but it just put an exclamation point on the fact that how important this is to have good security systems in place.
Yeah. Thank you, Marvin. Monica, do you have the attachment? Yeah, thank you. Louis Vargas and Studio Architecture and class of 88. I like to say that every time I'm
Say it with pride.
So yes. So no worries. Sometimes I come here for fun as well. So yeah. Well, as a resident. No, I'm not talking about chart of accounts. So we had a meeting about a week ago, and we started talking about this a little further back. And as Marvin mentioned, just with the events that are currently occurred. So we walked the site. Trini couldn't be here tonight, but we walked it with Trini, walked it with Jer and our vice principal here at the high school as well, and looked at different ways of securing the campus. And so went to high school here. It was more of an open campus when I was here. I know most of you that went to school here, the same thing. And as the years went along, they started closing the campus. It's still not fully closed. So part of the reason, which I mentioned to Marvin, I said, we're just, the town is somewhat divided. So there's the 5th Street side, and then there's the Elko side, right? So some parents and some students will walk this direction, and others that are coming over the bridge or coming from the other side of town here, they're not going to walk all the way around town. And so they're going to find a fence to jump over or a gate that's open. So the district kind of made their mind up and left the gates open on 5th Street. And so now we have 2 gates to control. They do have someone there watching who's coming in and out, and then they're supposed to close them after the period starts. It doesn't always get closed. So we do have some issues, something that we're addressing. There are gaps, there are fences that are jumped, and there's openings and so forth. So we did walk it, and the map that you see up on top, the blue lines are the existing fencing. And if maybe you can zoom out a little bit, Monica. Yeah, there you go. So down at the lower part is Fifth Street. And so you can see like a number 1, 6, and then a number 2. So number 1 is the main entrance off of Fifth Street. And so we're noting that that also needs to get repaired and secured a little better. There are a couple other gates that usually remain closed. The number 2 there, which is Spartan Alley, that is the bus gate that's open in the mornings. So students could walk through there, and anyone can walk through there during that time period. And then that continues up through Spartan Alley, and there's another gate at the end that the buses can kind of go through. The blue fences continue all the way around the perimeter. Currently, there are some gaps, and so our thought is to secure the fields also. So the kind of magenta color that's there in between the 3s, yep, right there. We feel the need that there needs to be some additional fencing there. There's already some fences within there, so might as well close that gap, add some gates so that now there's control, but also there's still access to get to the fields and also for emergencies. So you need to be able to exit out into the fields in case there is an emergency. But it's also a way to control the kids going to the dugouts during periods or skipping periods and things like that, right? So we looked at that in that area, and then up towards the gym and then the softball area, if you move, scroll up a little bit. So there's a couple gates that we need to control traffic also for cars not just coming in and parking behind the baseball and softball fields, and also controlling by the gym. So we walked those areas and felt the need that there needs to be gates at the dugouts and gates, getting into the fields as well, because otherwise they're just jumping over fences and getting through, and because it's open once you get one fence, right? So creating some more obstacles, but also adding some cameras. So that was another thing that the district has. They have been adding a lot of cameras, and the IT department's been working with that. And this is just an added security measure as well. And so there's some points that we probably need to put some additional cameras at the Elko entry. So going into off the main parking lot, we are looking at opening up and closing off the parking for staff. So where the number 4 is at, there's a current gate there, and the fencing continues down to the relocatable. And the thought is to open that up, but also continue the fence across going to the admin building. And then fencing from the relocatable over to what was the arts and ceramics classes, and then continuing the fence over to the admin building. So we have one point of entry. Once the periods start, where you see the number 3, that gate would close, and then you have to enter to the office, sign in, similar to what you do at La Gloria and at Fairview. And I think that's what Marvin was saying. We don't have that control here at the high school. So the gate at Fifth Street is going to be closed. Sorry, you're going to have to walk all the way around or drive around, and then you're going to have to come in through the office. And you come into the office, you come in one door, come out the other, and you're behind the gate already and behind the fence. So that's going to be the way to control that. We did find that there was a couple obstacles. So as you see the number 3 down below near the cafeteria, we do need to get access to that relocatable. There are some students that attend class there, and it's in a minimal use. So we feel that they can walk by the cafeteria and get to that room. And then where the number 5 is at, that's really on the second floor. There's a stairway that's going to be outside the fenced area. So we're going to lock and alarm that door upstairs so that students are forced to go back out towards this stairway that's right behind here. And they're going to have to come down this stairway. So we don't have students just coming out that door and leaving to the parking lot, or someone coming in from the parking lot in. So those are the measures that we were looking at. We do have Marvin suggested, and it was a good idea to meet with the local fire and police. So we have a meeting tomorrow with both chiefs, Chief Weiss and Chief Muscio. So we're going to walk it, present the plan. Maybe they see something different, or in case there is an emergency, are we putting an obstruction to them? Usually they require Knox boxes and ways to get in. And so we'll accommodate what they're looking for as well. Yeah. Any questions on that?
Jose. Oh.
Thank you, Jose.
For,
yes.
How about sharing the projected budget?
Oh, projected budget. So we just kind of, looked at it. We've been working with other districts, fencing them, putting gates and doing repairs. So we looked at lineal footage of fencing, the type of fencing. So we're looking at putting a nicer fence here by the admin. So it'd be similar to what's in the front Fifth Street side, not chain link, with a nice gate. And then chain link, where the other chain link is already, right? So in the neighborhood, and this doesn't include electrifying the gate for staff. So the thought is that that gate would get electrified. You'd have you have to assign, not that kind of gate. So you run it with a card. Sorry.
Come on now.
Jerry, you're always going to be funny, guys, right? I'm sorry. Yes. So you sign out a fob and you're able to enter, similar to what La Gloria has. So the staff gets in there and they have a fob, they sign it out, and so you have control. So that it wasn't in the budget, but we're looking in the range of about $90,000 to fence and gate and repair things that are needed. Yeah. And we'll go out and get some proposals to get a real budget and a proposal, and then get a contractor eventually if this is something you want to move forward with.
Jose, any questions?
Thank you.
Maria?
Well, I definitely appreciate the fencing going towards the fields there, because I always call Jimmy, our campus supervisor, hey, heads up, there's some kids going to the dugout.
Yeah.
You know, so he,
Yeah, and Jimmy walked with us the first day too. Yeah, and he was very over here and over.
we already
Yeah,
know where they go. So that's good that you guys are
Yeah.
doing that, just, for student safety priority. So thank you guys. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Caesar?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I also do believe, La Gloria and Fairview, they're a little bit more ahead of us on this, and for student safety, but also cleanliness.
Mhm.
At the dugouts, there's a bunch of trash, because they hang out and
Yep.
throw stuff.
Yeah, they go take their lunch or their stuff, and they just dump it there. Yep.
Yeah, so I think it's just gonna make our campus better, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yes.
Thank you.
So comparing to La Gloria and Fairview, those two sites are gated safely. Was there an analysis done on them, and we didn't see a need to add anything over there?
Yeah, we didn't visit those two sites recently, but in the past we have, and they were gated years ago and fenced off. And they're actually working, and it functions properly currently. Yeah.
I think the only thing I would add is did note, and I pointed out to Trini, I'm sure it'll be fixed, but the gate does not close automatically at
La Gloria.
La Gloria. And so it needs to have a spring that will ensure that it's closed, so that when somebody leaves, it doesn't stay ajar.
Yeah, it may need some adjustment or something there. Yeah.
So some small little thing.
Yep.
Let you finish the question.
Thank
then
you.
I'll-
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, my turn.
Yes.
No, I do love the plan. I actually, before we had gotten this, last time I talked to Marvin, we did discuss safety, and he says, oh, we're one step ahead of you. You're gonna see a presentation at the next meeting. So I do like this, the fact that the faculty gate will be electric.
Yes.
Being a teacher that used to park on this side, if you left for lunch, you had to get out of your car, open up the gate, then drive forward,
Yes.
close the gate. So that will be very welcome for staff, and the fact that we're going to be requiring people to go into the administration office before they go anyways, and keeping everybody out of the dugout. So I'm glad that we are doing this. And in a great world, would we love just to have an open campus? Yes. Unfortunately, we need the safety for our students. So I'm glad we're moving forward with this plan. So, and to talk about gate number 1,
Mhm.
thanks to Mr. Soriano this morning, because it is in need of repair. Dr. Zamora and I would not have been able to get out without the efforts of Mr. Soriano, because it was not something was wrong with it. So we need to look at that.
Yeah.
updating that
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not aligning. It's a double gate, so it doesn't line up quite right. Yeah.
Something wasn't right. So I'm
Yes.
glad that he didn't send me with a key by myself, because we would have been stuck.
Yeah. Yeah, and they pointed that out. The other thing about parking that we did discuss in the past, there was assigned parking passes
Yes.
so that you can
Mhm.
control, if there's staff here, they would have a pass, but also staff that parks outside the gate, you would have assigned staff area and then students would have a pass. So because right now you come in at the wrong time and there's no parking and a teacher may not get a stall, right?
You're
So
correct.
there needs to be a little bit of control. And I know that, they were looking at it at the high school already. So
We
that's
had a
something you brought up.
great system and Mary was in charge of that system, I will say.
Remember
because she
Mary,
was
yes.
on- Yes, you may know her, had a great system.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah,
staff
she used to get on me too. Make sure you sign in for your pass. And I said, okay.
Yeah, we had, and you had to have it for each vehicle you had. So if a teacher has more than one vehicle, you had to sign out for the 2 passes.
Yeah.
But definitely for the staff, and I know it's not pertaining to this, but making sure that our students have parking passes.
Yes.
Providing, insurance and license and everything to be able to park on campus.
Yeah, and it's
But-
just a safety measure. If something
No,
happens to a
definitely.
vehicle or who's there, and yeah, you just don't have someone just parking there. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Louis, if you didn't already, would you mention the timing for the project?
We have to, well, we'll meet with PD and fire tomorrow, get their feel for it. Hopefully we do a revision in the next week. And then we'll feel out with 2 or 3 contractors that do fencing, bring them out here so we can get something going. We hope within the next month we can present a proposal to you and then get that going. So our intent is to try to secure by the beginning of the year. We may have to do some temporary fencing in some cases. Some fencing is easier to acquire. Things are taking a little longer than normal. So that's kind of our goal. We'll take priority to try to get the security done first and then maybe do the secondary fencing afterwards. So yeah, that's the goal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you for being patient as well.
No worries. I'm not done yet, I think.
Oh, 12.11 authorization to replace the play structure at La Gloria Elementary School. Staff report.
So the play structure in the kindergarten, first grade area of La Gloria, I'm just going to cut right to it because it's late, is not age appropriate and does not meet the safety requirements for that age group. The playground structure it's too big for me. So it's definitely too big for, yeah, well, you and I have the same issue. So we need to replace it. In fact, I was torn whether to shut it down at the end of the year here, but we were so close to the end of the year, figured let the kids have it at the end of the year. I'm glad that nothing bad happened. We're going to need to talk about not having it open during summer school and what to do around that. We need to start looking how to replace it. It's not going to be inexpensive. There's actually 2 play structures. So I just want you to be aware that staff is working on, Trini's been getting quotes and different models, and Lewis has been involved in that as well. But we've got to do it. It's probably going to mean, what would you think? How long will it take for us to get that done?
Things are taking long. So if we were to order
Supply chain.
might get lucky and get it by September. Truly, I think.
So we're going to start the year and we're going to have to think very carefully about how do we entertain children. But it's simply, I would hate for us to have a child seriously injure themselves on that structure. So we've got to do something. I'd rather have them start the year without it and the year with it than vice versa. So we're going to go ahead and make it off limits. We probably just need to have it taken down but during the summer so that it's not even there as an attractive nuisance for kids.
Make it a priority.
It is, but the ordering of playground equipment can.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
And I think part of it, what we did meet with Ross Recreation, one of the providers, and we work with them on many school projects. There's a couple others. So the request was what's easier to get and what's available, more available, right? And then also what the budgets are. So just depending on how many components we put together, the play area is very large. It's almost as large as this room. You know, probably cut it in half. It's very big. Yeah. And so maybe there's less components to it. Maybe they're spread out a little bit to give the children some more areas to run around it. But that's something that we have to explore. They provided a sketch and a little model of a possible structure that they're using already somewhere else. Maybe it fits us, but it is too too many components, I think, is what Scott and I were talking about. Maybe we simplify that a little bit and then still leave room for maybe in the future you add more, perhaps. Yeah, just to get something open.
The source, quickly, the source of funding on this, the district still has, I believe it's Measure H funding left that could be spent. Was it G? I'm sorry. Well, yeah, Measure G. See, I knew it was part of that area, that general area of the alphabet. So Measure G funds could be used. This is going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to replace, which seems ridiculous, but that's what playground structures cost. The initial bid we got, or quote we got, was for 400,000, but that is a lot of equipment. And there are actually two different playground structures that we need to have conversations with the principal and such as to whether we need two different playground structures there, or can we shrink it down to one, given the number of kids who use it at a single time. So we will come back to you when we can, but we have summer in front of us. So we want you, if you don't mind, we would like you to authorize us to go ahead and start this replacement, including that would include the purchase of it if we can, and we'll keep you as up to date as we can, depending on meeting times during the summer. Or someone will keep you up to date, because depending on when you meet next about it, or we bring you information, it may or may not be me.
Jose, any questions or comments? Maria, questions or comments?
Thank you.
Yeah, just the play structure we're talking about, is it the one, the purple one
With the tubes.
with the tubes facing the parking lot and
Yep.
Oh.
Not on the asphalt.
Then there's another one that fires truck, like a metal fire truck.
And near the swings, yes.
So there's two parts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I subbed, I was always impressed. I'm like, wow, these little kids, they don't have any fear. Like this place is pretty scary. But yeah, okay.
Right. So
They don't care.
really is not age appropriate.
Yeah, I was just like, okay, sure.
Araceli?
Well, I'm excited to have the opportunity to give the kids something that is fun. Hopefully it's going to be something that when the kids come, they're like super excited and teachers will be proud of, and I know this isn't part of it, but I also eventually would like to see maybe something for the sixth graders at Fairview and somehow and I've talked to my Laguna about this, where sixth graders still want to swing and have something to play with. So hopefully we'll get there with Fairview as well. I was thinking it was the one on the asphalt. So I would say, can we just send that to Fairview?
No, it's not. Yeah, it's not the one on the asphalt. Those may need to be looked at some point, but that can wait. It's not as much of a life safety issue.
Yeah, definitely.
I thank you for your previously being on the Parks and Rec Commission. I know how much it is to get all this equipment in and all the height restrictions and parameters. So thank you. I'm excited for the kids to have a new play structure. With that being said, can I get a motion to authorize for staff to move forward on the replacement of the structure?
So move, Araceli.
Moved by Ms. Flores,
Second.
second by Mr. Ion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes.
you.
Item 12.12.
Thank you.
Approval of the revised interim superintendent's employment agreement. So I'm bringing forward to the board the revisions that needed to be made to Marvin's agreement. So this item is to approve the employment agreement of Marvin Biasotti as interim superintendent. The term of this contract is March 22nd, 2022 through June 30th, 2022. Government Code Section 54953 requires that prior to the board taking final action on a contract for a local agency executive as defined by statute, the board must receive a verbal report summarizing the salary schedule or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits during the open meeting in which the final action will be taken. The interim superintendent's compensation includes a salary of $950 a day, cash in lieu of health and welfare benefits at the same rate as the district contributes to other administrators, a $600 a month for travel expenses, and a $100 a month cell phone stipend. This agreement rescinds and replaces the district's prior agreement with Mr. Biasotti due to several factors, including the workload and need to modify the rate of pay, reducing his rate of pay and allowing for more days of work, which Mr. Biasotti has already been providing to the district. Do I have a motion to approve the employment agreement of Mr. Biasotti?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Lopez, second by Ms. Flores. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody oppose? Motion passes. And just to say, was very, very well said here because it says already providing and to modify for more work days. So he's gone above and beyond. So I don't, as a interim superintendent, I was not expecting to see you at as many events as that you have been at. And it's been great for our students and staff to see you at so many awards and presentations. And it's been an honor. So thank you.
Pleasure.
Moving on to item 12.13, approval of the public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement in accordance with AB 1200, tentative agreement between Gonzales Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 756, and the classified salary schedule for the 2021-2022 school year. Staff report. Okay. Any questions or comments, Jose?
No, thank you.
Maria?
None, thank you.
Caesar?
Nope, thank you.
No.
Seeing as there's no questions, can I get a motion to approve?
So move. Araceli.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Flores, second by Mr. Lopez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Item 12.14, approval of the public disclosure of collective bargaining agreement in accordance with AB 1200, a tentative agreement between Gonzales Unified School District and the Gonzales Teachers Association, GTA, and the certificated salary schedules for the 2021-2022 school year. Staff report. Thank you. And there is no public comment. Board questions or comments, Jose?
None, thank you.
Maria?
None, thank you.
Caesar?
No, thank you.
None.
Araceli. Excellent. Seeing as there's no questions or comments, can I get a motion?
So move. Araceli.
Second by Mr. Lopez.
Moved by Ms. Flores, second by Mr. Lopez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Item 12.15, approval of the memorandum of understanding between the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 756, and the Gonzales Unified School District related to impacts and effects of time management system implementation effective June 1st, 2022. Staff report.
We'll entertain any questions.
No.
No question. Board comments or questions, Jose?
None, thank you.
Maria?
None, thank you.
Caesar?
Nope, thank you.
None.
And I have none myself. Can I get a motion to approve 12.15?
So move. Araceli.
Moved by Ms. Flores,
Second Cuevas?
second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to item 13, governing board governance team comments. Mr. Lopez.
Just want to welcome Dr. Zamora to our Gonzales Unified School District family. We look forward to collaborating and working with you. And I know that in the previous one of our previous traditions or custom was to have a one-on-one with each board member as you begin your new tenure here with us. That maybe we can schedule monthly one-on-one meeting with you to kind of bring to your attention what each one of us on the board would like to have addressed or implemented, or just any new things. And it's also an opportunity for you to talk with us and get to know us on a one-on-one basis. Besides that, thank you again, everybody, for all your work. To all the staff, thank you for being on this journey together with us. So look forward to a good summer and getting ready for the fall school year. So thank you. And to our interim superintendent as well, thank you so much for everything you've done, and Monica as well.
Thank you. Got me one more meeting.
Yeah, we still got him. He's not going anywhere yet.
I know, but still.
Maria?
Yes, welcome to the crew, Dr. Zamora. I'm super excited to work with you, and we have a lot to do. And I also wanted to thank all staff from preschool. I got to see the preschool graduations.
That was
That was
fun.
so fun. The kids were, they had a little dance going for us, and then after they had like tie-dye shirts, and then they walked back out with their little cap and gown. It was really nice to see. And after they celebrated up to park. The Fairview promotion was very, very beautiful. Just from the decorations, the way it was set up, the way it was all handled, staff that showed up, it was amazing. It was just really nice to see.
coming back from, when we did that drive by or drive through graduation. So thank you guys for hosting such an amazing promotion, and same with the high school. The only thing I missed was the historians for the high school graduation. I always look forward to the historians. So hopefully next year. But that is all. Thank you. Caesar?
Yeah, I would also like to welcome Dr. Simona. Looking forward to working with you. And as Maria has said, there are lots to do, but I'm very optimistic. I think a lot of people are. Looks like you are as well. So that's a very good combination. And I know good things are already happening, and I can't wait for the future with us. And I'd like to thank Marvin. Good thing we approved his contract now, right? With only 2 weeks left. But again, Celeste says it over and over, but I truly do believe that you have been instrumental in these times with your guidance, your pragmatism, sensibility, experience. I can go on and on. And so I truly am thankful for you helping us through these difficult times. And even though they are difficult times, I think with you here, we've all felt very comfortable. The staff has, the kids seeing you at events. So I just can't say enough how much appreciative I am of your contribution to our district and our kids and our community. So thank you. And of course, Monica, you have been really awesome. Thank you for your support. I know your job is really difficult. And just know that it is appreciated, and we appreciate you fully. So thank you.
Ms. Flores?
So just mimicking what my colleagues had said, Dr. Zamora, I welcome you to our community. I look forward to you meeting not only the staff, which you did with some, but also the parents of this community. I think that you are going to fit in just fine. Our district has been through a lot over the past decade. And so it feels really good to kind of see us going in a direction where we can work together, we can come together, we can agree to move forward and really have the students of our district and our community at thought when we make decisions. So I look forward to seeing what you do and our meetings together so we can get to know each other more. I'll give my thank yous to Mr. Marvin and Miss Monica next meeting, because there's no words to really describe the amount of work you've done. And Monica is just I can't say it, but she is a bad human being in a good way. I do want to bring up this thought. I did go to the scholarship presentation, which was very impressive. And something came up with Delipi's golden card.
Yes.
And I'm hoping that in the future we can re-implement this golden card, which the people who get, the students that get this golden card get to come to games for free for the rest of their lives. And it's students who are in sports for 3 years in a row. And so it is something that's tough to earn. And when it's earned, I think it's always well respected. And I would love to see that happen again. I don't know where we have that conversation. I don't know how we started, but to have a Gonzales High School students leave with the golden athletic card and they can have access to future games for free would be something that I think I'd like to be maybe the first district that has that, and we keep that. What?
I said Steve Delipi.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just wanted to I've been waiting for this moment to bring it up because I wouldn't know how to start that, but I think it's a conversation that we need to have because I would love to see it restarted. So, and maybe she can come and give us, I asked her, well, what does it take for someone to earn that? And she knew. So I'm sure there's people in our district who can give a definition of what it would take to earn a golden card. I hope we can have one as board members. Oh, we do. Never mind. Scratch that. It's not golden though, but it is a free pass for the games. But that's one I did want to just bring that up for future.
So I want to give kudos again to, I gave it earlier at the district office, but here in public to our district office staff. I got rave reviews about our staff report from classified and certificated who said, we needed this. Thank you. It was so much fun. So I said, you're thinking the wrong people. The district office staff, Marvin and Monica spearheaded that and got the support that they needed. So it was really nice to see such a big turnout, to see all of our teachers there enjoying themselves. I really enjoyed it. I'm glad we brought it back. It was long overdue, and it was definitely a year that we needed it. I reminded staff that, this is our first year back, full year, all day with kids. And so, yes, we needed it. And good job on all promotions, from the promotion, the graduation. Jose, myself and Marvin were able to go to adult ed. So to Candace again, because it was really nice event. I've never been to the adult ed graduation ceremony, and they did such a really nice job making those kids and adults feel special. I really, and it's very intimate. So good job to Candace and her team for putting that in. And my highlight was I got to be on Saturday. I was part of the 2022 Young Legislators Program brought on by Ana Caballero. I met some amazing students that had some great questions. You had delegates from each sector. So I represented a board. You had county supervisor there. You had a mayor there, just different branches of government. We had our representative from GYC there. There was South County students involved as well. So that was really awesome to be a part of. So I'm really glad I got to be a part of that. But the end of the year has always been a good reminder of our why. So I told Araceli when we were sitting on the stage, seeing all the kids that I taught and have interaction with, it was awesome. So I loved it. And my other highlight today was getting to spend the day with Dr. Zamora and allowing her to meet, staff, and having a great sit down with her and Monica. You are going to be welcome with open arms. We've gotten nothing but great feedback, and I look forward to what this team and with you on it can do for our kids. So I'm very, very excited, and I am going to save my thanks for next time for the both of you. But a big part of our process to find Dr. Zamora was Monica. Monica did a lot of legwork for that. So
That I will take credit for. It was like, it's a lot of work.
it is a lot of work.
Do it again.
No,
Let's
I
not
know,
have
but
to
I
do
do
it
need to
again.
let you guys know that the end of the year staff event, it was teamwork. It was Yolanda, it was Carol, it was Donna, it was, Candace. Oh my goodness, she was out there, trying to get those donations, bottles of wine and whatnot. Sonia too. Yeah, it was teamwork. It was a team effort there. Marvin, headed it. He's like, we got to get this done. It's for the staff. They deserve it. Let's get it done. So it was a team. It was a team effort.
So like I said, I am very excited for next year to come.
The
Next
theme
school
of
year.
the end of the year is team.
Yes. So I'm honored to end this year on such a high note. So the school year on such a high note, because we all know we still got business to do. But thank you very much. 13.2 future agenda item requests. Jose?
None at this time, thank you.
Maria?
Thank you.
Caesar?
So this is not an agenda item request, but just maybe informational, like on map B, which we're gonna adopt. Is it possible? Some folks have asked me, well, what street, am I on this street? Am I not on this street? So is it possible for the demographer? I know we already kind of paid for their services, but for them to actually add the streets, like all of the streets, there, that way there's no confusion. Because sometimes the one region is, depending on the street, one side of the
Especially for
street.
Chular.
Yeah, right. Especially for Chular. So, and not everybody knows all the streets. So I think, because obviously part of the outreach for this November is, hey, if you live in one of these districts, you can, one, you can run, and two, you can vote, but if you don't live in any of these, so the two, other districts, if you don't live in those, you cannot run and you cannot vote in them. So it'd be good for folks to know, oh, you know what, I live in one of those districts, I can run, or, oh, look, I need to pay attention this year because, I can vote. Because, and so, if we can, I don't know where it goes, but,
We'll find out.
yeah, thank you.
And we agree.
So
People-
would it be okay just to have an interactive map
Yeah.
online? So that way they can zoom in and really look at the streets, because I printed out, I don't think it's gonna be clear.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna be really congested.
Yeah.
So an online.
Yes, I mean, somehow that,
I don't know
yeah,
how you would do it,
somebody can
but-
go in there and figure out, oh,
map kind
I'm in District 5 because I'm in this street, something like that.
Ms. Flores?
No, I have no idea right now what I would put on the agenda.
I have no agenda item requests either. 13.3 is future. Oh,
I just want to let the board know that we, in concert with the fencing proposal that you saw, we're realizing that perhaps we don't have enough campus supervisors. And so next meeting, we will bring to you a proposal for additional
you.
supervisors.
Thank you. Thank you.
13.3 future meeting dates. There's June 28th, although I do want to let the board know, give a heads up because we do have to have our board self-evaluation in July. So if a date's not going to work, please send that to Monica because then she's going to be sending out a doodle, a doodle to get your vote for dates because we need to conduct our self-eval.
I will do it from Mexico. I'm taking the whole month of July off,
Oh, pues.
Some of us don't have that
but I
luxury.
will join you for.
Okay, we can do virtually.
Are you
Okay.
looking for a date today or?
No, I'm
can
just
send
giving you a heads
doodle?
up.
Okay.
That it's coming, so be
we're
on
doing
the
it in
lookout for that, for the self-evaluation.
Later, the
And
better.
we also will need to do our sit down for our goals with our new
Yes.
superintendent. Yay. So, if there's no other requests, item 14, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So move, Araceli.
Moved by Ms. Flores,
Second.
second by Mr. Ion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody
Thank you
opposed?
For staying, everybody.
Meet Adjourned.
Dr. Zamora, we hope to not have our meetings run this late as they did today.
Thank you. Good night.
Sometimes they do.
He said no.
Marvin.
It's not.
Not has,
Every 2 weeks. is
every
all.
now and
He said
then.